Hello everyone, a very good morning and welcome to Byju's Exam Prep. Welcome to our discussion on disaster management. So before we begin, just let me know if the audio and video is fine. Please let me know in the comments if I'm clearly audible. Great, everything looks good. So let's begin today's discussion. Let's start by talking about how can we manage epidemics and pandemics. This was the topic we were covering yesterday. Yesterday we understood what are epidemics and pandemics. How do they spread? What is the threat they pose? So today, let's wrap up this topic by understanding the disaster management approach towards epidemics and pandemics. See, since these are infectious, contagious diseases that spread very quickly, the main focus should always be on surveillance, because surveillance will provide us with early warning. As I was mentioning yesterday, there should be constant surveillance across the country, across the world, to look out for the emergence of deadly pathogens, to look out for any new outbreaks, to look out for novel pathogens which might cause very severe damage to human beings. This surveillance will help us identify any such dangerous pathogens, and it will provide us sufficient early warning to act prior, to act before the outbreak turns into an epidemic or a pandemic. Such surveillance, which is done through testing, through samples collected from across the country, right? So regular testing of samples and looking at hospital data where cases are coming up, right? If there is something which is abnormal, immediately that should be flagged for further inquiry. And this will give us a possible early warning regarding the emergence of such deadly pathogens. This is very, very essential to limit and contain the outbreak in the initial stages itself. Because as I told you yesterday, once these diseases spread to a larger population, it becomes almost impossible to control beyond a certain point. So the focus has to be on effective surveillance through which you generate early warning and you try to contain the spread as soon as possible. So when the focus is on containment, you have to communicate the risk. The moment such a new outbreak is discovered, this has to be communicated to the people, to the entire healthcare sector, to all the concerned governments and institutions. Communicating the risk is very, very critical. This is where global organizations like WHO play a critical role. So within our country, the nodal ministry to deal with epidemics and pandemics would be the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. Since it's a biological hazard, naturally it's the health ministry, which is the nodal ministry to implement the disaster management approach. So in the pre-disaster phase, the focus is on early warning and risk communication. So to get the early warning, you need effective surveillance. You need to set up a strong epidemiological surveillance across the country. You need to have the required labs. You should collect samples from around the country, look at trends emerging in the hospitals. Depending on that, the right early warning has to be issued and the risk has to be communicated to all the stakeholders. Now, if you remember, this is what most governments did at the initial stages of COVID-19. The moment they detected the potential of COVID-19 to cause a pandemic, governments, they started communicating, right? In India as well, in Europe, in US, and around the world, governments sent out that message that this is a deadly disease. It's likely to spread around the world, that these are the precautions you have to take, right? You can't dismiss the threat. So communication is very, very critical, followed by testing, tracing, and isolation. You need to set up very effective testing mechanism where you test multiple samples in a given day. You shouldn't just test those who are displaying symptoms. You should start conducting random testing. You should focus on the target population as well. If, let's say, the disease is coming from outside, if travelers are bringing the pathogen into the country, you need to establish very strict quarantines. You need to put in place air travel restrictions. All right, not just air travel, at all the ports of entry. You have to set up effective testing and quarantine facilities. That is at your airports, seaports, and land ports, right? That is the port of entry to a country. That is where tourists and travelers from other countries enter our country. So this is where you keep a check. At airports, seaports, and land ports, you implement very strict travel restrictions, issue guidelines, prohibit the entry of certain passengers, establish effective testing and quarantine measures so that those who are displaying symptoms can be immediately quarantined and isolated. And you carry out a test to determine whether the person is infected. And if they are infected, you have to focus on contact tracing. What is contact tracing? You basically identify how many people this infected person has come in contact with, right? In the plane itself, the person would be seated next to few individuals. He or she would have interacted with the crew members. So they all become primary contacts. The immediate family members of this patient, right? They become primary contacts because they would have had very close contact with the patient. So you identify primary and even secondary contacts, right? Those contacts who have come in touch with your primary contacts, they become the secondary contacts. So you identify all these people and, if needed, quarantine all of them, or at least keep a check, conduct tests on them, right? So that you diagnose the disease at the initial stages itself. So based on testing and contact tracing, you can try and isolate or quarantine as many infected people as possible. So this is an essential step in containment. Next, at a community level, that is across your country, you have to start implementing the social vaccine. When a regular vaccine is yet to be developed, you implement certain social changes. You have to encourage the people to change the way they behave. That is, to maintain a social distance in the public, right? A minimum of 6 feet distance from the other person so that contagious diseases don't spread easily. You limit contact between people. Enforce social distancing very strictly at schools, colleges, at hospitals, offices, and in the public in general, right? At bus stations, at airports. So social distancing becomes a critical tool. Along with that, encourage people to wear masks, to use sanitizers, promote the practice of washing hands, essentially strengthen sanitation and hygiene so that you can limit and contain the further spread, the community spread of the disease. So until a treatment protocol is developed and until a vaccine comes out, these behavioral changes become your social vaccine, where you're asking the society to change its behavior, to change its practices so that you can limit human contact. For example, prohibit all religious gatherings, right? They're not necessary during an epidemic or a pandemic. Ensure that all public events like concerts, weddings are restricted or prohibited entirely if required. So those are the drastic measures which are needed. And if things are getting beyond control, then you have no other option left but to impose a lockdown. In a worst case scenario, this drastic step has to be taken. You essentially have to shut down your economy. All the non-essential parts of your economy has to be shut for a prolonged period, for at least a good 3 weeks or 4 weeks. The country has to go into a lockdown, and this will give the government and the hospitals enough time to prepare for the surge in cases that is going to come ahead. So hospitals can create more beds, more ICUs. The government can step up its health infrastructure, right? The first responders will get more time. That is doctors, nurses, the police. They all play a critical role in managing this situation. So it buys some precious time for the government and the healthcare sector to prepare for the surge in cases, the exponential surge in cases that is going to come up in few days. Is that clear? But lockdown has to be a strategic tool. It can't be blindly imposed, right? If you blindly impose lockdowns, the economic cost would be very high. When you're disrupting your economy on this scale, people will lose their livelihoods, right? Your growth will be compromised. Welfare of people will be affected. The day-to-day income of people will be affected. So all these factors have to be taken into consideration, and lockdowns have to be used strategically. Maybe instead of imposing it across the country in a blanket manner, see where the surge in cases are happening. Limit it to few regions maybe. Correct? Give people some notice to prepare. Give the industry, the private sector to prepare for it. So this again depends on how the disease is spreading in a particular country, right? There is no set solution here. Depending on each circumstance, the government has to take the best possible call. So it's about using lockdown as a strategic tool in order to give some time for preparation while limiting the economic and social damage. It's about striking that fine balance. So that is why lockdowns are imposed, they are lifted, and again imposed after a few months when you expect a second surge. Right? Once the peak ends, right, you again remove the lockdown, and if there is another peak which is about to come, then you reimpose the lockdown. So strategically imposing lockdowns will give enough time to prepare, and it will help in arresting the curve or flattening the curve. Right? You can at least flatten the exponential rise in the curve, in the rise in cases. So this requires very close community involvement. You need support of the people. Government can't do everything. At the community level, people have to take ownership for their behavior, for the way they follow the social measures. Correct? Government can tell them what to do, but at the end of the day, people have to follow that. So ensuring this is very crucial, and community engagement becomes important. Involving community leaders, NGOs, right? The police establishing community contact at the grassroots. Then local bodies, your municipal bodies, panchayat institutions, district level authorities, they have a critical role to play, because central government and state governments will be focusing on broader issues. At the grassroots, it's your primary healthcare center, government hospitals, and the local bodies which play a critical role in containing the spread of the disease. So this requires community involvement. So we have to put in place the required protocols for quarantine, for testing, for treatment. All these measures have to be put in place, along with accelerating research and development to develop vaccines and the required drugs to treat the disease. The government has to work closely with the pharma industry, biotech industry, to quickly develop a vaccine and develop the drugs that are necessary to treat the disease if possible. And the priority should be given to the first responders, the frontline workers, that is your healthcare workers, doctors, nurses, etc., those who work in hospitals, the policemen, government officials, right, who are at the forefront of this fight against a pathogen. They should be first protected. They should get priority with regard to vaccine, and also with regard to any lockdown measures. They should be given preferential treatment, right? So all these measures have to be collectively implemented by the central government, the state government, and the local authorities. Is that clear? So that is a challenge when it comes to dealing with such biological hazards. Is that clear? The government will also have to think about welfare schemes. Since lockdowns cause a severe economic damage and the disease itself can cause a lot of damage, government will also have to come out with economic welfare schemes to protect the vulnerable sections and the weakest of the weakest. That's what India did, right? India brought out a set of programs, economic and welfare programs, to protect the migrant workers, daily wage workers, street vendors. So several such schemes were initiated to provide for food security. The Antyodaya Anna Yojana was launched, right? To protect street vendors, a separate scheme was launched. The government worked closely with all the concerned stakeholders, with the healthcare industry, with the pharma and IT industry, with the biotech industry. So all these initiatives are essential to combat epidemics and pandemics effectively. So along with domestic efforts, you also need global efforts where international cooperation becomes essential. Right? Countries have to share data with each other. Right? They shouldn't hide. The WHO has to play a better role. As I told you yesterday, WHO faced a lot of criticism for its inability in handling the pandemic in the initial stages. China faced a lot of criticism for its lack of transparency in sharing data. So to avoid this, we need a global framework as well. Currently, at the UN and at various multilateral platforms, there are discussions going on to create a global framework for dealing with epidemics and pandemics. At groupings like Quadrilateral, East Asia Summit, even at BRICS, right? There is focus on epidemics and pandemics because tackling such diseases requires global effort. You need countries working with each other without targeting or blaming the other. Right? You can't blame a country for the outbreak of a disease. Many times such outbreaks are natural. You can't help it. But what a country does after the outbreak is what matters. Whether that country is transparent, is it sharing adequate information with others? Is it presenting the real picture to the world? Right? That is what will help other countries to take precautionary measures. So this is where China was heavily criticized. Right? The problem is not with the outbreak. Outbreak might have happened anywhere. There are many diseases coming from different parts of the world. You can't put the blame on a group of people or one ethnicity or one country, right? That is entirely wrong. But if a government is deliberately hiding data, if it is deliberately misrepresenting the situation, then it is putting the entire world at risk. So this is where you need a global framework where countries cooperate with each other. Is that clear? So these are the broad measures needed as far as disaster management of epidemics and pandemics is concerned. Is that clear? So this should be more than enough for epidemics and pandemics. I hope everything is clear. Let me know if you have any doubts, any questions. Any questions related to epidemics, please let me know. I'll give you a couple of minutes. No questions? Godavari is asking, sir, how climate change impacts epidemics and pandemics. I had explained this yesterday. As I told you, when there is global warming taking place, right, when we have altered the climate through human activities, the rise in temperatures will start melting your ice caps and glaciers. So several ancient viruses and pathogens that are locked away in ice caps and glaciers, they will melt, they will thaw, and they will enter the ecosystems. We call them zombie viruses or zombie pathogens. Or the global warming, right, could cause more heat waves, more forest fires. It could destroy the environment. So as there is greater environmental destruction, it brings the animals, right? It brings the wild into greater contact with humans. Similarly, when we increase deforestation, when we carry out more hunting and poaching, right? The hunters and poachers and those who are involved in slaughtering the animals, in consuming those animal meat, they will have direct contact with wild animals. So there is a possibility of wild viruses making a jump to human beings. So that is how climate change and environment degradation plays a role in epidemics and pandemics. Kiru Bagar is asking, is there any global framework for epidemics? No, currently we don't have any global convention or a global framework. But like I said, few groupings, multilateral groupings have some focus on epidemics and pandemics. East Asia Summit, Quad grouping, they have their own initiatives where the member countries cooperate with each other. They mainly focus on vaccine development and vaccine distribution. Through WHO, that global cooperation is supposed to happen. But due to inefficiencies of institutions like United Nations, WHO, etc., right, we don't have a well-established global framework for tackling epidemics and pandemics. Ajay is asking, what does community help mean? Community involvement means involvement of the people at the grassroots, right? People taking ownership and acting responsibly. Like, let's say you display symptoms, right? You don't step out, you don't interact with others, quarantine yourself from your family, from the society, get yourself tested. Many people don't do that because of the stigma attached with diseases, right? This is has a role to play. Community has a role to play. You should not stigmatize the infected patients. But this happens very regularly, right? Let's say if someone tests positive for a particular disease, that person should not be stigmatized as if it's a taboo. This is the social problem, right? So to tackle these problems, social issues at the grassroots, you need community level involvement where community leaders, right, local leaders and local figures, they bring their community together, work with the local authorities to enforce the behavioral changes that are needed. So that's what you mean by community level involvement. I see many students are asking, what's the difference between epidemic and pandemic? It means you guys have not attended yesterday's class, right? So epidemic is a infectious contagious disease that has spread to few countries in one particular region. All right. If this disease spreads around the world to multiple countries, then it becomes a pandemic. Is that clear? So WHO looks at the situation, looks at the number of cases that are coming, number of countries affected. Depending on that, WHO declares whether a disease is a pandemic. Governments, they have their own rights to declare that as a disaster as well. And they can even treat any such large outbreaks as epidemics. Epidemics are largely limited to few countries or one particular region. Is that clear? Maybe 3-4 countries will be affected in one part of Africa. 2-3 countries in South Asia will be affected. That is an epidemic. But if the disease spreads around the world, affecting 10, 15, 20, 30 countries, then it's declared as a pandemic. Madhur says every disease can be added to epidemic but not pandemic. No, you can't treat every disease as an epidemic. That's not the case. Right? Epidemic is where there is a rapid spread of the disease, a large spread of the disease amongst a large population in a given region. Is that clear? Now, common cold is not an epidemic. Is that clear? Similarly, tuberculosis, right, will not be an epidemic. Yes, it is infectious, it is contagious, but depends on the rate of spread, the rate at which the disease is spreading. Is that clear? So these factors are taken into account. Not every disease becomes an epidemic. Only highly contagious diseases which are spreading very quickly in a given population, in a given region, only they are as epidemics. All right. So these are some of the questions. Now let's move on to the next topic, the last natural disaster, that is forest fires. We'll have a quick discussion on forest fires or wildfires. And after that, I would like to talk about man-made disasters. So that will bring our discussion on disasters to an end. And then we come to the last part of our syllabus, which is the global framework and the architecture in India to deal with disaster management. Is that clear? So let's begin with forest fires or wildfires. We have mentioned and briefly discussed forest fires in previous classes, especially when talking about droughts and heat waves. So let's take a more detailed look at forest fires. The topic is going to be very important because in the last few years, in the last 4 to 5 years especially, we have seen many deadly forest fires around the world. India is also very badly affected by forest fires, and around the world, many countries have seen devastating forest fires. So you should know some of the recent examples, some of the recent incidents. Australia witnessed a deadly wildfire just a few years back. I'm sure you guys would have read that in newspapers. There was massive destruction in Australia where thousands and thousands of hectares of forest was burned. Then there was a large scale damage to biodiversity. Several million species of animals and birds were killed, were eliminated because of this wildfire. It displaced lakhs of people in Australia. It was one of the most devastating wildfires that Australia had ever seen. All right. Then in the Amazon, especially in Brazil and in some of the other Amazonian countries in South America, there was a deadly forest fire which was triggered deliberately by contractors and industries which had won a license to deforest the region to exploit the resources of the Amazon. Right? In Brazil, there was a very controversial leader, the former president, Jair Bolsonaro. He belonged to extreme right-wing ideology, far right-wing ideology, where there is no concern, no focus on environment conservation. So he was seen to be very close to industry, favoring the capitalist industries. And he gave a free hand to the contractors and the industry to acquire forest land and set fire to the Amazon forest, to clear the forest in order to exploit the resources. So this, accompanied with very high temperatures and heat waves, devastated the Amazonian forest, and there was large-scale destruction in Brazil and across the South American region, across the Amazonian basin. Now, recently in Europe, especially in the Mediterranean region, in countries like Italy, Spain, Greece, even Portugal, Croatia, right? In all these South European countries, there have been deadly heat waves and forest fires in the last 2 months itself. Tourists have been stranded. Entire businesses, economy has been shut. Many people have lost their lives, and there has been large-scale destruction in South Europe. Now, this is quite unprecedented. Mediterranean region does witness higher temperatures during the summer season, but what we are seeing right now is quite unprecedented. It is clearly an extreme weather event. So yes, there are local weather factors playing a role, and you have climate change as well, global warming as well, playing a role in triggering such heat waves and forest fires. Even in the United States, California every year witnesses massive wildfires. Right? Even this year, California has seen some deadly forest fires, but the worst affected is Hawaii and a island known as Maui, the Maui island of the Hawaiian chain of islands, right? It belongs to the United States. It's an offshore island present in the Pacific, right? Hawaiian Islands also witness a lot of forest fires, and a very popular tourist destination known as Maui and a town known as Lahaina. This town, it's very popular with tourists. As you know, Hawaii is a very popular tourist destination, right? The entire town of Lahaina has been burnt just few days back. The entire town has been destroyed. by a massive wildfire. More than 100 people have been killed, and this is one of the deadliest disasters we have seen in recent times. The same is happening currently as we speak in Canada. Right? You don't often associate heat waves and forest fires with a country like Canada, which is frozen for most of the year. Right? But that is the reality. During summer season, even Canada is witnessing deadly heat waves and forest fires where there is large-scale destruction happening. So there are many causes which contribute to such wildfires. You have natural causes like lightning. Lightning is one of the primary reasons. When you get heavy torrential rains and thunderstorms, so the intense electrical activity in the clouds produces lightning. This bolt of electricity which strikes the land, right? If it hits a tree or any dry biomass, it can easily trigger a fire. Is that clear? Lightnings are one of the most common causes for triggering wildfires. Next, deadly heat waves, persistent high temperatures. When there is a persistent high temperature lasting several days, this can easily set fire to the dry biomass that is readily available in the forest during summer season. Right? Because when the summer begins, there would be a lot of dry leaves available on the ground, dry grass available. Right? In general, the forests become very dry. They lack moisture. Right? The trees, plants, they all become very dry. So they become vulnerable to catch fire easily. So heat waves, extreme high temperatures can trigger a fire in the wild, especially grass and leaves which have dried out completely. They are readily available combustible material. So once they catch fire, right, this can grow very quickly and becomes uncontrollable. The entire forest could be set on fire. Other major natural cause is volcanic eruptions. It's mainly because of the lava flow. The flow of hot lava and magma, right, where the temperatures are hundreds of degrees Celsius or 1000 degrees Celsius plus. When this hot lava magma flows down a volcanic eruption, right, or a volcanic mountain, it's going to burn everything in its path. The entire vegetation in its path will be burned, and this could trigger widespread wildfires. Then in general, degradation of ecosystems is also responsible for wildfires. When you carry out large-scale deforestation, when you destroy the biodiversity of an ecosystem through overexploitation, through hunting, poaching, or when invasive alien species are introduced into an ecosystem, right? It weakens the inherent strength of an ecosystem. See, nature, as I told you, has this beautiful way of maintaining equilibrium, maintaining balance in everything, right? Nature does not allow any species to, see a surge in its population, or nature does not allow a huge imbalance to occur in the ecosystem. There is a natural way through which everything balances out eventually, right? But human activity, anthropogenic activities have disrupted this natural equilibrium. So as a result, when you destroy the tree cover, when you overexploit resources, when you hunt animals, birds, etc. on a large scale, and when alien species are introduced, which are invasive, such developments could weaken your ecosystems and the strength of those ecosystems. I hope you know what are alien species, right? You study this in environment and ecology. There are native species and alien species. Native species are those which belong to the region, right? Now let's say there are few plants, few animals, few fishes which are found only in South India, which are found only in Northeast India, or only in one particular state. So they are called endemic species or native species. Understood? But if a species is entering from the outside, from some other country, that becomes an alien species. If the species is not locally found and if it's brought from the outside, such a species is called an alien species. And some of these alien species, they have the ability to dominate the ecosystem. It could be a plant, it could be an agricultural crop, it could be an animal or a fish or a bird, it could be a small worm or an insect, right? Any such species can become an invasive alien species. Some alien species can be so dominant that they will take over entire ecosystems. They basically threaten the native species. They upset the local food chain, and thus it causes an imbalance which reduces the inherent strength of an ecosystem. So this could push the ecosystem to become vulnerable to forest fire and wildfires. Is that clear? Some invasive alien species, they have such a huge detrimental impact that they could eliminate some of the important other species in the ecosystem. They could cause damage to the tree cover, to the presence of grass. All right? They could cause damage to the water bodies present. So as a result, the ecosystem becomes vulnerable for wildfires and forest fires. Understood? Let me just give you a hypothetical situation. Now, let's say there is a forest. Let's say the forest is only having dense tree cover. It's a densely forested area with very good trees, very good quality trees. There could be an invasive alien species which could alter the very structure of that ecosystem. This invasive alien species which has entered, it can take over and dominate that ecosystem, and eventually, after many years, you might see that the forest will no longer have dense trees. Instead, it is filled with grass, or it is filled with weed and unnecessary plants which can easily dry out and they can catch fire during the summer season. Right? That is one small illustration, hypothetical example I'm giving. So there are many cases where such environmental degradation, entry of invasive alien species can contribute to forest fires in the long term. Of course, it will not happen immediately. It will happen over few years and few decades. So all these factors are responsible. All right, these are natural causes. There are many man-made causes as well. Invasive alien species can be introduced by human activities. That itself is a cause. Because of exports and imports, because of trade, because of tourists, such invasive alien species might enter accidentally, right? So that is why you have a lot of bio checks, bio restrictions, especially in developed countries. If you've ever been to a European country or Australia or US, right, you will see what kind of bio restrictions are placed on people coming from developing countries, right? They don't allow you to bring any kind of food material or plants or soil because they're worried about the entry of such harmful invasive alien species. Even in India, we have very strict bio standards, biosafety restrictions, right? So human activities like export and import and tourism can bring in invasive alien species. Then shifting cultivation, also known as jum cultivation. That's basically slash and burn cultivation, where farmers, they clear forest land by setting fire and they keep shifting the agricultural land, right? And every season they keep setting fire to the agricultural land and the forest area. So shift and burn cultivation or slash and burn cultivation or jum cultivation. This is a major trigger. These fires can spread uncontrollably. The fire can spread and it can catch on to the nearby forest areas and it can very quickly spread, causing massive devastation. Then clearing forest land for collecting forest produce, especially by tribal communities or even by industry. Tribal communities have a traditional way of collecting forest produce. They collect honey, rubber, fruits and berries, etc. That is their basic livelihood. But usually tribal communities, they exploit resources very sustainably. Tribal communities respect their nature, they respect the forest, the wild, they even worship the forest and the wild. But some of the fires that are set, right, it might go out of control and spread, causing large scale destruction. Then fires that are set by the industry to collect forest produce could become a major risk. Similarly, crop burning or stubble burning. Farmers, they often set fire to the stubble that is left behind after the harvest of a crop. Right? After a crop is harvested, the stubble of the crop, which includes the root and part of the stem, that is left behind in the soil. So removing that is physically very, very cumbersome. Right? Farmers have to physically put a lot of effort, or they have to hire laborers to do that, which is expensive for them. So what they do after harvest season, they set fire to the entire crop, to the agricultural field, to burn the residue of the crop, to burn the stubble that is left behind. So these crop fires or agricultural fires can also spread. They can easily spread to nearby forest areas. Other large fires started by contractors and industries to pave way for industrialization, right? To allow for acquisition of land, which could include encroachment, illegal encroachment as well. To clear land for setting up new industries, new factories, or to expand cities. So massive industrialization and urbanization is a major threat, a major man-made cause for forest fires. All right. Then poaching, wildlife trafficking is another major contributing factor, because hunters, poachers, they deliberately set fire to scare the animals, to corner the animals so they can easily shoot them down. So these fires can easily spread. Hunting and poaching not only destroys biodiversity and weakens the ecosystem, making it vulnerable to forest fires, but these hunters and poachers, they camp in the wild for many days. They might put campfires, right? So if they don't put off these fires, the fire might spread, affecting the entire forest. These hunters and poachers, they also use fire as a tactic to scare the animals and corner them so that they can easily take a shot to kill the animals. So wildlife trafficking, hunting and poaching is also a major risk. It not only weakens the ecosystem, but the fires that these hunters and poachers set can easily spread, causing large-scale devastation. Then exploitative tourism and irresponsible behavior. Essentially, campfires, cigarettes, etc., which are not put off, which are carelessly disposed by tourists, by the local people, these could easily trigger forest fires. Is that clear? There have been instances where a carelessly disposed cigarette stub has triggered a massive forest fire. There have been cases where barbecue parties, then campfires in the wild by tourists has triggered forest fires that has destroyed thousands of hectares of forest. So such irresponsible behavior, exploitative tourism, right, plays a critical role. In some cases, local communities might also start deliberate fire, especially to target either the government or to target animals. Even this is a possibility. Now, let's say, for example, in a particular village located on the outskirts of a forest, there have been increasing cases of man-animal conflict. Let's say elephants have entered the village, they have rampaged the crop, killed few people. Or let's say there is a man-eating tiger which has entered the village, it has hunted cattle, right? It has killed the dogs in the village, killed few people as well. In such cases of man-animal conflict, where the local village, local community has suffered economic losses and human losses, those people will be angry, right? They'll be frustrated. And if the government is not helping them to trap these animals and to deal with these situations by compensating them, in such cases, local communities might seek revenge against the animals and against the government itself by setting deliberate fires. Even such cases have been noticed. All right. So, all these are man made causes for forest fires. So, please remember the natural and man made causes. I feel it's very, very important given the recent incidents that have happened around the world. These fires can have a deadly impact. It will cause large scale loss of human lives and livelihoods, right? Especially forest dwelling communities, the villages that are present nearby, right? The resorts, homestays, and the tourists present nearby, they are at immediate risk. So a lot of lives can be lost. We have seen that happening in Hawaii, in Europe. Is that clear? We have seen that happening in India and in Australia as well, where many people get trapped, not just the local people, but tourists as well. So this could completely disrupt livelihoods, people who are dependent on the forest, like tribal communities, the tourism industry, right? The whole industry could be disrupted for several months and years, and this could damage livelihoods, thus having an economic and social impact. Of course, it causes large scale damage to environment and biodiversity, right? There will be large scale destruction of forests. Many animals, birds, and species will be killed, causing biodiversity loss. So, as the forest is denuded, right, the forest is completely exposed for several seasons, it will undergo weathering. The forest becomes exposed to the elements of nature, that is, water and wind. So, this will start acting, and the soil could start getting eroded. Since the tree cover, grass cover, plant cover has been destroyed, right? You don't have enough roots to hold on to the soil structure. So, soil becomes loose, it becomes prone for wind erosion and water erosion. And as a result, the soil loses its fertility. Soil erosion will increase. And this contributes to landslides, floods, and land degradation and desertification. Right? That's what we studied in previous classes. So soil erosion becomes a major risk which could trigger landslides, floods many years later. Because the whole structure of the soil ecosystem becomes weakened due to the destruction of the forest cover, the tree cover. And it creates a vicious cycle. Because global warming is causing more heat waves, which is causing more wildfires. Correct? But when wildfires happen, right, when thousands of hectares of forest is burnt, what is the output? What will happen when you burn trees, plants, grass, and forests? Lot of carbon, that is greenhouse gases, are released back into the atmosphere, thus contributing more to global warming. A vicious cycle gets established. It can become an irreversible cycle where global warming is increasing temperatures, causing more wildfires, and the fires are releasing more greenhouse gases, thus increasing global warming and thus establishing a vicious cycle. Right? So this can be the deadly long-term impact. So if you look at India, India is very vulnerable, just like the other countries, as we suffer from deadly heat wave conditions during the summer season. Right? We are a tropical country. So India is at high risk for forest fires. According to data provided by the Forest Survey of India, we have around 21.4% of our forest cover which is prone to wildfires. It's a small statistic that I've added to help you understand India's vulnerability. This map here helps you understand the vulnerability of the country with regard to wildfires. Almost 21.4% of the forest cover is prone to such deadly wildfires. The most number of forest fires in the country are seen in northeast India, followed by central parts of India. Please make a note of this. It's very important for your prelims. Is that clear? UPSC might ask a basic question. Which part of India is more prone to wildfires? The answer is Northeast India. Northeast India witnesses the most number of wildfires and the highest intensity of wildfires. This is followed by central Indian forests around the Dandakaranya region, which includes part of Eastern Ghats, the grasslands of Madhya Pradesh, the forest areas of Chhattisgarh, Odisha, Jharkhand, right? This belt of central Eastern India, this is the second most vulnerable. This is followed by parts of the Himalayan forests as well, in Uttarakhand, Himachal Pradesh, in parts of UP, right? And as well as Western Ghats and parts of the Eastern Ghats. Essentially, across the forest cover of the country, right? In many areas, we do witness regular wildfires during the summer season. The Nilgiris, for example, in Western Ghats, which is at the tri-junction of Karnataka, Kerala, and Tamil Nadu, right? It's a biosphere reserve. Nilgiris is very, very vulnerable. It witnesses annual wildfires that causes a lot of damage in the region. In Uttarakhand, in Uttar Pradesh, we witness a lot of wildfires. In the central region, particularly in Madhya Pradesh, in Chhattisgarh and Odisha, all right, even in parts of Telangana and Andhra Pradesh and Northeast India. These are the places where multiple forest fires are seen that destroys the forest cover, destroys the biodiversity, and affects the local people as well. So it's very, very important to have a structured approach, a planned approach to deal with these wildfires. You have to implement the 3 phases of disaster management. You have to plan, you have to prepare, try and prevent some wildfires and mitigate the rest. Wildfires can be prevented with proper risk assessment. If you thoroughly study the pattern of wildfires in the country, right? If you put the right scientific tools into action, you can create early warning systems. It is possible to track the start of a wildfire. Today you have satellites, you have drones. They can provide early warning. Maintaining constant surveillance during the summer months, especially in the high hazard areas, in the highly vulnerable areas, can help you track the start of a wildfire so that you can initially contain it. Initial containment is important. Just like the spread of a disease, just like epidemics and pandemics, even here, initial containment is critical. If you fight this fire initially, right, and contain it in a small region, you can limit the further spread and damage. But once it spreads beyond a point, it's humanly impossible to control or put off this fire, right? It goes beyond human control after a certain point. So getting that early warning through risk assessment and regular tracking and surveillance is extremely important. So satellites and drones, they can carry these payloads, right? Essentially thermal imaging can give you a clear picture, very accurate picture about where wildfires are starting. The moment a wildfire starts, if there is an immediate intervention within hours, it is possible to contain the spread. But once it goes beyond a certain level, it becomes uncontrollable and it can consume very large areas of forests. We should also rely on certain traditional methods like creating forest fire lines. This is a traditional method of containing a fire. All right, let me explain how this works. The forest department, the local tribes and communities, and volunteers, along with environmental organizations, they collectively take up an exercise which is very crucial in limiting forest fires. This is based on traditional knowledge. It's a very traditional practice which has been in use from many, many centuries as well. What they do is the forest department takes the lead, the respective state forest departments. They will bring the local tribes and local communities on board. They will incentivize them. Right? They will basically promise a pay. They will bring volunteers and NGOs as well and experts as well. And together, they will conduct a massive exercise, a physical manual exercise of collecting dry biomass. And they will set controlled fires to remove the combustible material before the summer season begins. Right before the summer season, right, there will be a lot of dry material, dry grass, dry leaves, trees and plants which have fallen, died out, right? They would have dried completely. So this is readily available combustible material. This is what will catch fire. Now, what if you collect as much as possible, remove it, right? And physically removing it is difficult. So you set deliberate controlled fires to eliminate the dry biomass as much as possible. So essentially, you are removing the combustible source. It's a very manual exercise. Physically, it's very taxing. But forest departments work with local communities and volunteers and experts to carry out this exercise. Wherever possible, all the grass and leaves are collected, piled together, and set fire. Or a controlled fire is set to the forest itself, where only the dry grass leaves get burnt, whereas nothing will happen to the trees and the strong, healthy vegetation. So such deliberate controlled fires are critical in preventing larger uncontrollable fires. All right. Another practice is to draw fire lines. It's called a forest fire line. Basically, the forest is fragmented. Imagine this box to be a forest. All right. Imagine this empty box to be a forest land. Now, what the forest department will do is that it will work with local communities and volunteers and experts, and it will create forest lines to break the forest into different zones. Basically, they'll create a path, a small path of few feet, maybe around 10 feet or 12 feet. They will remove all the vegetation. They will cut down all the grass and trees present. It's like making a road, right? It's like clearing all the vegetation and making a muddy road. So when this is done, when you create a gap of, let's say, 10, 12 feet, and you break the forest into different segments, the fire in one segment can be contained and it may not spread easily to the other nearby segments. Instead of burning down the entire forest, right? Even if a natural fire gets triggered in one part of the forest department and the officials can deal with it, limit it within that particular segment, because the fire lines will help in containing the spread. Essentially, you create a gap where there are no trees, no grass, no material available for the fire to spread from here to there. All right. But of course, wind current plays a critical role. Winds are the villain in case of wildfires. Because strong winds, if they are present during wildfire, it will further help the spread, right? The small embers which are flying in the air, they'll get transported over large distances, and as a result, fire can spread very, very quickly. That's what happened in Hawaii, right? The reason why towns got burnt so quickly within hours was because there were very strong winds. As a result, the fire got pushed from the forest towards the towns. The embers were flying all around, and wherever the embers fall, they will easily trigger fires, spreading it uncontrollably. So creating fire lines is one traditional way. Sometimes even trenches are created. If possible, they are filled with water as well to act like a barrier, to act like a segmentation that cuts off the forest area to protect the rest of the forest area. So that is what you mean by creation of forest fire lines. All right. So along with that, you need better awareness amongst the people to encourage responsible behavior, especially tourists coming from the outside. They should be responsible. Usually, tourists are not responsible. They behave very irresponsibly, right? Along with polluting and exploiting, they will set unnecessary fires, which they may dispose in an irresponsible manner, right? So this is where you need better awareness. So if campfires are put in place, or if barbecues are done, right, or if cigarettes are thrown, they should have the common sense to put off these fires before leaving the area. There are many instances where such acts of irresponsible behavior have led to massive forest fires. So it requires better awareness, land use planning to control industrial growth, expansion of cities. You have to strictly regulate industrialization, urbanization, so that you keep a check on deforestation. You can keep a check on deliberate fires created by the contractors and the industries. So land use planning is crucial to regulate where industries will come up, where cities will expand, so that you can protect your forests. That is why protected areas are important. Creating national parks, wildlife sanctuaries, establishing biosphere reserves, they are very, very critical because they help in protecting the key forest areas from industrialization and urbanization. So land use planning is critical, along with protection of natural buffers such as the lakes, rivers, and wetlands that are present inside the forest. If you can conserve these natural water bodies, right, they will help in breaking the fire. So you have to protect your natural buffers. That is a natural defense. Protect the rivers, the lakes, and wetlands inside a forest area. And of course, we have to increase our firefighting capabilities as well. Use better technology. Because see, when fires spread over thousands of hectares, it's not easy. It's almost impossible at a certain point. But there are few technologies available, such as the use of helicopters and drones, and even planes, where fire retardants can be sprayed to try and extinguish the fire and limit the spread of the fire. Right? You would have seen visuals where helicopters or planes or drones are flying in a area where there is a forest fire, and they'll be spraying a colored gas, right? A colored substance is sprayed across. That's essentially a fire retardant that will spread around the forest area. It will not harm the forest or animals, but the retardant material will prevent the spread of the fire. Then you also see the usage of Bombay buckets. Bombay bucket is basically a large, massive bucket carried by helicopters and drones, where they pick up water from a nearby water body and they drop the water on the fire. You would have seen these visuals as well, where helicopters or drones, right, they're attached with a massive bucket. They dip the bucket in nearby water bodies, maybe a swimming pool or an industrial tank or a lake or a river, right? They collect water from the nearby areas. They fly multiple sorties and repeatedly they keep pouring water. They drop the water wherever necessary strategically to try and put off the fire. All right. So these are some basic firefighting mechanisms. So along with these immediate measures, you have to focus on long-term measures to counter climate change and global warming. Because we are witnessing more heat waves, more wildfires, which is clearly an extreme weather event being triggered by climate change. Right? So these long-term measures are also necessary. So after the disaster, you have to focus on bringing the forest back, conserving the forest, trying to restore its biodiversity, and compensating the forest communities and the villagers who are affected by the fires. Let's say the tourism industry has been disrupted, or tribal communities have lost their agricultural field, their access to forest resources, right? So they have to be compensated and helped out because it causes large-scale economic and social disruption. And if you don't take care of these people who are affected, right, eventually they'll have no other option but to increase poaching and hunting. So they will further destroy the biodiversity if the government does not step in, right? So protecting livelihoods, protecting the economy and the social structures is very, very important as part of reconstruction and recovery. So these measures are to be taken under the 3 phases of disaster management. So there is planning, preparedness involved with early warning, then very good response measures for immediate relief and immediate action during disaster, and long-term recovery and reconstruction measures to deal with the long-term impact. So going forward, we will be witnessing more such disasters in India and around the world. So that's why the topic becomes extremely important for your prelims and for your mains. So I would suggest that please pay attention to this topic. Write down any examples, any incidents that are happening around the world, and use that as case studies in your answer to justify your argument. Got it? Now let's move on to the next topic. We'll have a small discussion on man-made disasters. What are man-made disasters? Why do they occur? How can we deal with them? All right, so that is a discussion we'll be having. But first, let's look at some of your questions, some of your doubts. Sir, does cloud seeding help in forest fire area? Cloud seeding may not help because see, usually forest fires happen in summer season when you don't have enough rain-bearing clouds. And also cloud seeding is not guaranteed to bring rainfall, right? If it naturally rains, well and good, then that is a luck. It's a matter of luck. But inducing rainfall during forest fire is highly unlikely. It may not work. Mainly because during summers, you don't have rain-bearing clouds. Godavari is asking which type of biomes are most vulnerable to forest fires. Usually it is dry deciduous forests, right? If you look at tropical evergreen forests, equatorial evergreen forests have a natural ability. They always have moisture since they receive more rainfall, right? That's why parts of Western Ghats, they witness a lesser degree of forest fires, right? But in Northeast India, apart from few places which receive extensive rainfall, like in Meghalaya, apart from that, the other places, they do have a lot of deciduous forests. So that is one prime reason why the dry deciduous forests easily catch fire. Even in central India, in Madhya Pradesh, you largely have dry grass. It's a grassland, open grassland kind of setup. So those biomes, those ecosystems are more vulnerable. Satyam is asking, which is the early warning agency for epidemics and forest fires in India? For epidemics and pandemics, it's Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. I had mentioned that. For forest fire, it would be the Environment Ministry, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. Alok is asking, sir, please explain how heat waves lead to forest fires. See, heat waves bring very high temperatures, record temperatures. At such high temperatures, the dry biomass which is present will easily catch fire. The leaves and grass, right, can start smoking under such extreme heat, right? So when heat wave conditions are present, the dry leaves and grass, which are more prone to catching fire, if they catch that fire can spread. If the wind condition is ideal, strong winds are helpful, that will easily spread the fire and trigger a larger fire that consumes the entire forest. Shanwaz and Abhijit and Deepika have a similar question regarding controlled fires and how dry biomass should be removed or reduced. As I told you, setting controlled fire is better than witnessing an uncontrollable fire later. So that's why what forest departments usually do is they work with locals and experts to set controlled fires. They set fire to the dry material available before the summer season begins. This fire will not be very strong. It will not spread. It will not catch on to the trees. All right, trees will not so easily catch fire because they have moisture in them. You need dry material, completely dry material to catch and spread fire, initially at least. So when you set fire to just the grass and the leaves that have fallen, or the dead trees and branches that have fallen, only they will burn. Rest of the forest will not burn. All right, and officials will put out the fire as well without allowing it to spread uncontrollably. So controlled fires help in removing the fuel, the combustible fuel that is available. So when summer season starts, even if there is a heat wave, extreme temperature, there is no dry biomass available to catch fire. So that way you can protect the healthy trees and the true forest cover can be protected. And the forest fire lines that I mentioned is about fragmenting the forest. It's about segmenting the forest. You clear the vegetation, right? It's like basically clearing vegetation to divide the forest into different areas. So fire in one segment will not spread to the other because there is a gap. There is a gap in between where for 12, 15 feet you have removed all the trees and grass. So the fire will not spread over to the other side. Swapnil is asking, to prevent wildfires, local villages and tribes should be involved by local governments. Can we say that? Yes, of course. That's what I mentioned as well. To fight forest fires, local involvement is crucial. The forest dwelling tribes, traditional communities, the local villagers, they play a critical role because they have local knowledge. Their traditional knowledge will be very helpful. And they have a motivation to protect their forest because their livelihood is dependent on it. So the government and the forest officials will use local communities, tribal communities and their help in containing forest fires. All right. So these are some of the questions. Now let's move on to the next topic, that is man-made disasters. I want to have a brief discussion on what type of industrial disasters we might see, what are the causes, and how can we deal with them. We'll also discuss about CBRN hazard. Remember, in the first class, we had spoken about chemical, biological, radiological, and nuclear hazards. So let's cover all these topics, and that will complete almost 95% of our syllabus. So after the break, right, we'll finish this topic, then we'll take a break. And after the break, we can wrap up the remaining small part where we discuss the global framework and disaster management architecture in India. When we say man-made disasters, we essentially refer to industrial disasters, right? Disasters, accidents happening in the industry. So what kind of accidents happen? Why do they happen? What are the causes behind it? That is the basic concept you have to understand. So in the industry, there can be accidental fires, there can be explosions, there can be a leakage of toxic material, this is what we call as an industrial disaster, right? Either there is a fire, an accidental fire that breaks out that causes large-scale damage, there are explosions that happen in the industry, and possible leakage of toxic material into the environment. All these are industrial disasters. So let's see why they occur. Why do we see these industrial fires? Why explosions happen? Or why do we see the leakage of toxic material? What causes them? All your natural hazards could be responsible, right? Earthquakes, cyclones, tsunami, landslides, forest fires, any disaster, whatever disasters we have discussed till now, any of the disaster can cause one of these accidents in the industry, correct? An earthquake could lead to the collapse of a factory, causing electrical short circuit and explosions and leakage of toxic material. Cyclone or tsunami could destroy power plants and including nuclear power plants. So natural hazards are a major risk. They are a contributing factor which trigger these disasters in the industry. But apart from natural causes, there are other reasons. There are man-made reasons as well. For example, there could be a accident which is unintentional. Despite following all the safety measures and protocols, there could be an accident because safety is never guaranteed, right? Accidents happen anywhere. For example, you're driving a car or a bike. There's no guarantee that you'll never face an accident in your life, correct? This is true for anything and everything. Accidents are a part of human life. Despite the best safety measures, protocols, and all the measures, there could be an unintentional accident which happens, right? No one intends that to happen. It's no one's fault. You can't hold anyone directly responsible for it. But there could be a accident which might happen. Natural hazard in itself is one such accident, right? Now, let's say an earthquake destroys industries, causes explosions and leakage of toxic material. You can't hold any person responsible for that directly, as long as they have followed all the safety measures, as long as all the prescribed safety measures and protocols are implemented, right? And there is a natural disaster, right? Then it's a pure accident. It's an unintentional accident. That is one possible reason. But other than that, negligence, with regard to poor maintenance, poor servicing of the equipment, no replacement of spare parts, or those who are bypassing the established SOPs, standard operating protocols or standard operating procedures, right? The government would have prescribed certain SOPs, certain safety measures and protocols. They would be legally mandated. It's a legal obligation for industries to follow certain SOPs. They have to implement certain safety measures and standard protocols to minimize the possibility of accidents, right? But certain industries, certain factories, certain private enterprises, they might be breaching these legal obligations to reduce their burden, to make more profits, to reduce their expenditure. They may not be paying attention to maintenance. Let's say government has prescribed that a boiler has to be serviced every 6 months. But some companies may not do it. They'll try to postpone it. They get it serviced only once in 2 years so that they can save some money, save some of their capital. They may not replace the spare parts on time. They may not maintain the equipment and service the equipment on time. This is pure negligence. Is that clear? This is negligence with the intention of maximizing profits. Industries might try to find shortcuts and they might compromise on safety and standard protocols. So when they breach the SOPs, when they break the standard operating procedures, when they don't replace the spare parts within the prescribed time, when they don't maintain and service the equipment properly, this can definitely lead to accidents, disastrous accidents. This is one of the biggest causes. Negligence is the biggest cause. The failure to follow the established rules, the failure to implement the established SOPs, this is the primary reason causing most of the industrial accidents and disasters. Apart from that, you can also have acts of sabotage where miscreants deliberately cause industrial accidents. This could be miscreants who are doing it just for the sake of it, right? You can have certain miscreants who deliberately maybe set fire or cause a power failure, right? Or they might even try to take over the plant. So there could be miscreants who might do this deliberately, or former employees or current employees who are not happy with the owners, with the industry. Right? In industry factories, it's very common to have a dispute, a divide between the management and the workers. So those workers who are dissatisfied, especially workers who have been laid off, or workers who have not been paid their salaries, their dues, right? So some of them who hold a grudge against the factory owners, they might deliberately cause an act of sabotage. Since they have access to the plant, they know how the plant works. They can deliberately sabotage the equipment to potentially cause an accident. There are cases where owners also have done it to get insurance money. Let's say the business is failing. They're not able to sustain the business. To at least get insurance money, there are cases where small factories have deliberately caused accidents and fires. So this is an act of sabotage, where intentionally a disaster is caused with the intention of causing harm or making illegal profits. So that is an act of sabotage. Or terrorists might target certain industries, critical industries, as an act of terrorism. Correct? Even warfare could result in industrial damage, causing large scale industrial pollution and industrial damage. So, all these are man made causes leading to industrial disasters. Now, in the case of India, we do have very strict regulations in place. We have several laws that regulate the industry, especially the hazardous industries. Hazardous industries are those industries where you have toxic material, those factories and industries that are dealing with toxic substances, right? Like petrochemical products, toxic chemicals. It could even be explosive material, right? So any such industry dealing with hazardous material, like toxic material, for example, or factories where high temperature, high pressure conditions are present in certain industries, right? Industrial geysers and boilers are used to basically generate steam. Is that clear? In metallurgical industry, for example, thermal power plants. So they use industrial level boilers and geysers where massive amounts of steam is generated. So you're dealing with a high temperature, high pressure condition. So if the equipment here is not well maintained, if the pipes, the valves, the control equipment, if they're not serviced, if they're not maintained well, there could be boiler explosions that can occur easily. This is very common, especially in India. We have seen many such boiler explosions in metallurgical industries, even with NTPC, the National Thermal Power Corporation, right, which is a government entity, a PSU. We have seen many cases of boiler explosions due to failure to follow SOPs. Is that clear? So these are the hazardous industries where toxic material is handled, like toxic chemicals, explosives, etc., petrochemical products. And you also have these industries where high temperature, high pressure conditions are at work. So this is where the government has to strictly regulate the industrial operations. So we have several laws in place that place restrictions on the industry. If these industries have to get a license to operate, they have to get all the required safety certificates. Is that clear? There are various government departments involved here, depending on which industry we are talking about. Certain departments of central government, certain departments of state government, certain departments of local bodies, right? They all have the authority on certain industries. They all enforce different standards and codes on them. There will be a building code, right? They have to follow the zonation standards. They have to follow the fire safety norms. They have to follow many other SOPs that are laid out with regard to maintenance, servicing, etc. And only when they fulfill these obligations, only then their licenses are given and their licenses are renewed. So let's say you want to start a factory. All right, you want to start a petrochemical factory. You can't simply start this on your own. You have to apply for required licenses from the government, from the local body, from the state government and central government. You have to get all the clearances. So governments, they send inspectors to conduct thorough inspections, right? They check whether you're following all the safety norms and standards. Based on this certification, this verification, only then a license is issued for you to operate. And once a license is issued, it's not a permanent license. It's a temporary license. It's given for a period. There will be periodic renewals. To get your license renewed, you have to undergo again a safety check, a safety verification by the government inspectors. So essentially, the mechanisms are there in place. We have the laws, the regulations, and a mechanism as well to enforce the regulations. We have the Explosives Act, the Factories Act, Petroleum Act, Insecticides Act, Motor Vehicles Act, Environment Protection Act, Public Liability Insurance Act, Disaster Management Act. Under all these legislations, and there are few more as well, there are many provisions related to industrial safety. Is that clear? They place restrictions and obligations on various industries to ensure their safe operations. But the problem is lack of enforcement. And corruption. This has become the problem. There will be a corrupt nexus between the government inspectors, the government officials, ministers and politicians, and the industry owners. This corrupt nexus would be allowing the industries to get away with violation of these safety standards. Right? These inspectors and ministers will be taking bribes. Government officials, politicians will be collecting bribes from the industry, allowing them to bypass these restrictions and norms. And also, in general, there is a lack of enforcement, effective enforcement. Strict penalties are not levied on them. Regular checks are not done by the government inspectors as well. So this lack of enforcement and corruption is what contributes to higher cases of industrial accidents in the country. Is that clear? But India had one big lesson. The biggest lesson for India was in the year 1985. The city of Bhopal was devastated by a gas leakage. The Bhopal gas tragedy. It stands out as one of the world's biggest industrial disasters. Till date, Bhopal disaster is one of the world's biggest industrial accidents. At a factory known as Union Carbide, which was owned by an American company, right? A toxic chemical leaked out, a toxic gas leaked out, which was methyl isocyanate. Methyl isocyanate is extremely toxic to human beings. Death is almost instantaneous, along with very serious risk of injuries, with the possibility of permanent injuries and disabilities. So on this fateful day, methyl isocyanate gas leaked out due to negligence of the factory owners, due to poor maintenance, due to not following the safety norms. Several people were killed, thousands of people were killed, and many people, lakhs of people were affected. And even today, people have the impact. There are many who have been disabled permanently. Many of them carry the scars of this disaster. And the worst part is that many of them have not been compensated adequately. The company didn't even pay properly for the environmental damages caused and the compensation that was owed to the victims. Right? So because of the lessons learned from Bhopal gas tragedy, India brought out one very important legislation. Do you guys know which is the law that India brought out with regard to dealing with the consequences of industrial accidents? There was a very important law enacted. Any idea which was the law that was implemented, that was enacted based on the Bhopal tragedy? Madhur has given the right answer. It's right here on the slide. The Environment Protection Act of 1986. Through this law, we implemented the polluter pays principle. We didn't have very effective laws before that. All right? For the environmental damage that is caused due to industrial pollution, India enacted this law to make the industry accountable and to pay for the damages it might cause. If there is a toxic gas or chemical which has leaked due to the negligence of the industry, then they have to pay for the damages. So polluter pays principle was legalized, brought through a legal mandate under the EPA, the Environment Protection Act. Today we have liability laws as well. Liability laws which determines the compensation that these industries have to pay for the victims following a disaster. All these measures have been put in place. So legally we are strong enough. We do have sufficient laws and regulations. Problem is with enforcement and with corruption. Is that clear? So we have seen many industrial accidents, right? We also see fires in the cities, shopping malls, theaters, then buildings catching fire. In Delhi, for example, recently there was a coaching institute in Mukherjee Nagar, right? Where there was a short circuit and a fire and students had to jump out. There have been theaters and malls which have been burnt entirely, where hundreds of people have been trapped. Even these are, in a way, an industrial accident, an industrial fire, right? So dealing with such fires, such toxic substances, such acts of negligence is a priority as far as industrial disasters are concerned. Is that clear? So we have seen many such disasters in the country and around the world as well. We have seen boiler explosions at power plants, at metallurgical industries. We have seen mining collapses. There are several mines, right? Some of them are legal, some are illegal, where mine workers get trapped because proper safety norms were not followed. There are cases where the equipment, dangerous, hazardous equipment has malfunctioned and the factory workers, they take the impact. They lose their limbs or they might get killed as well. There could be these mega fires in the industry or a leakage of a chemical or a gas that affects the entire neighborhood. All right. Recently near Vishakhapatnam, near Vizag, when the COVID lockdown was lifted, right? Because of the lockdown restrictions, the factory owners had not maintained the equipment. So once they reopened the factory, it was linked to LG, the electronics company. When this factory was reopened, right, due to the poor maintenance of the equipment, a toxic gas leaked. And since we hadn't enforced land use planning, since residential areas had come up next to the industry, the toxic gas affected the neighborhood and many people fell sick and some of them lost their lives as well. It was another case of toxic gas leakage which occurred recently in 2020. Is that clear? So to tackle such industrial disasters, you have to follow some basic disaster management measures. First and foremost, you should have strict regulations and enforcement in place. This is the basic step as part of your planning and preparedness, as part of the pre-disaster phase. You need to have strict regulations, very strict enforcement. You have to follow the highest safety standards. Because these disasters can be prevented. Is that clear? Next, land use planning. You have to establish your zonation standards or zoning standards. You need to segregate industrial zones from residential zones. So this calls for planned urbanization as well. When cities expand, right, there should be a planned development of a city. Unfortunately, it doesn't happen in India. Even though plans exist, land use planning is done, it's not implemented. Illegal layouts are allowed to come up. Land encroachment is allowed to happen by the real estate mafia because they have a corrupt nexus with the officials and the ministers and the politicians. So what happens is that near industrial corridors, residential layouts will come up, which is not supposed to happen. You're supposed to maintain a distance between your industrial clusters and the residential areas. That is the whole concept of zoning. So even if there is an accident in an industrial cluster, the accident and the damage is limited and the impact on the people will be less. But in our case, in cities, industrial corridors are surrounded by densely populated residential areas. If you have ever been to, let's say, Noida, or on the outskirts of Bengaluru and Chennai, on the outskirts of Hyderabad, right? These areas that I'm talking about, they were supposed to be industrial zones where residential development had to be restricted, regulated. But because of illegal encroachment, illegal layouts which have come up, around these hazardous industries, you have dense population today. They've become part of the city. Now, tomorrow, obviously, if there is an accident or a disaster, it's going to have a much bigger impact because there are thousands of houses present, thousands of people present in a hazardous zone. So any explosion, leakage of a toxic material is going to kill a lot of people and injure a lot of people. So land use planning has to be effective. Your zoning standards is very, very important. Along with that, you have to strengthen your firefighting capabilities and your relief and response measures to deal with such industrial disasters. You need specialized teams like NDRF, which can deal in such a hazardous zone where toxic chemicals and gases might be present. So they will need special equipment, special training to provide for effective search and rescue operations. Is that clear? So all these measures are necessary. And after the disaster, after such industrial accidents, the focus has to be on compensation for the victims, and more importantly, the owners who are responsible should be held accountable and punished if they have breached any of the regulations and safety norms. This is what you need in post-disaster management. Victims have to be compensated. They should get all the health care. They should get some compensation funds to support their families and livelihood, right? Because they deserve the damages to be paid. Whereas those responsible, right, if it is miscreants who have deliberately sabotaged, if it's owners who have not followed the safety standards, they should be held accountable and punished. Very strict punishments have to be dealt so that you make an example out of them so that the rest of them will follow the SOPs and safety norms. So this is what needs to be done in post-disaster management for industrial disasters. Is that clear? Now coming to the last point, CBRN hazard or CBRN disasters. It stands for chemical, biological, radiological, and nuclear disasters. These industrial disasters or these disasters in general are classified separately, right? They're not treated just like your regular industrial disasters because usually they are an outcome of warfare or terrorism. When there is a national security element involved, when these disasters are occurring due to warfare or terrorism, where there is a usage of chemical weapons or bioweapons or radiological devices or nuclear devices, when such weapons are deployed in contravention of international conventions, that is when a specialized response becomes necessary. Because these disasters, right, they cause large scale and indiscriminate damage. Now, for example, if chemical or biological weapons are deployed by, let's say, one country against the other, then these weapons cause such large scale damage, right? They bring very inhuman death, and they don't distinguish between civilians and combatants, right? There are terms of engagement as per international conventions, right? Countries have a human right obligation to not target civilians in case of war. Wars are between states, between armed forces. So there should be a distinction between combatants and civilians. But such explosions, usage of chemical, biological, radiological, nuclear devices, it can cause large-scale devastation, killing civilians just like combatants. And it brings about a very painful, inhumane death. As a result, some of these weapons are prohibited. Chemical Weapons Convention, Biological Weapons Convention, they have completely prohibited the production, the stockpiling, transfer, and usage of chemical and biological weapons. Is that clear? Most countries are signatories to it, including India. At one point, India also possessed chemical weapons and biological weapons. But because of our international commitment to the Chemical Weapons Convention and Biological Weapons Convention, we have destroyed all the stockpile. We have got this verified as well internationally. We have opened up for inspection. We have got this verified that India has destroyed all the stockpile, and we no longer produce or procure or store chemical and biological weapons. Is that clear? But some countries are believed to still possess chemical and biological weapons. For example, Syria had recently used chemical weapons in the civil war. The US had used chemical weapons back in 1960s in the Vietnam War. All right? Russia has been accused of using chemical weapons in Ukraine. So there are few countries which are still believed to possess chemical or biological weapons, but they are prohibited under international law. All right? Then any radiological incident or even a nuclear accident, even this gets treated as a CBRN incident because of its large-scale impact. The world has seen some major nuclear accidents and disasters. One was a result of warfare. Correct? The Second World War. We just marked the anniversary of Hiroshima Nagasaki bombings. The only two cities to have experienced nuclear warfare in the history of mankind. It's a trending topic as well, right? Because of the movie Oppenheimer, right? It was Robert Oppenheimer who led the Manhattan Project to develop the first nuclear weapons. And we also mark the anniversary of Hiroshima Nagasaki bombing in the first week of August. So Japan is the only country to have suffered the consequences of a nuclear war. This is the only nuclear war that we have seen, the only case of usage of nuclear weapons in actual conflict. We saw the kind of devastation, the destruction it brings. It indiscriminately kills millions of people, wipes out entire cities, and causes long-term damage. The future generations are also affected because the radioactive radiation, the nuclear radiation, can affect your DNA. It can cause genetic changes, mutations, causing disabilities in the future generations as well. So Hiroshima, Nagasaki are still bearing the impact, are still suffering because of the nuclear bombings. This is the only instance of nuclear warfare the world has seen. Apart from this, we have seen some nuclear accidents. Apart from this case of nuclear warfare, we have seen some major nuclear accidents like Chernobyl in Soviet Union, that is in today's Ukraine. All right, Chernobyl is in Ukraine today. There was a major nuclear meltdown due to a malfunction. Essentially, the lack of safety measures, poor planning, poor design led to the breakdown of the nuclear reactor at Chernobyl, causing a massive nuclear tragedy. Even today, Chernobyl is a contaminated site, right? You can't simply enter this area, the contaminated core zone. The radiation spread across Europe, causing millions of cancers over the next few decades. That is the long-term devastating impact of a nuclear disaster. Nuclear accidents, nuclear warfare, they can contaminate the soil, they can contaminate the water, the air. The radioactive material will enter the plant, the food crops, and the food chain as well. So you deal with a very long-term damage where radiation will be present, contributing to cancers, genetic mutations, disorders, and eventual death. Right? So that is why these disasters and accidents are dealt with separately because of the large-scale damage they bring about. Then we had another major incident called the 3 Mile Island accident in the US. In the US, there was a major nuclear accident at a power plant at a place called 3 Mile Island. Again, it caused quite extensive damage in the US. Right? So these are some major nuclear disasters that we have seen. Recently, we witnessed the Fukushima disaster in Japan. I've already mentioned and discussed this disaster while discussing earthquakes and tsunamis. I'd mentioned that an underwater earthquake triggered a tsunami in the Pacific, which struck Japan. And this tsunami wave destroyed the power supply of Fukushima nuclear power plant. So as the power supply was disrupted, the nuclear core started melting down, causing radioactive leakage. And even today, Fukushima is a contaminated zone. Recently, it was reported that Japan has started releasing the treated water back into the sea. Even today, in the soil, in the plants, in the water near Fukushima, you find radioactive contamination. Is that clear? This was a major nuclear tragedy, the latest one, which was supposed to have a bigger impact. So nuclear accidents, nuclear warfare, nuclear disasters deserve separate attention altogether. Right? The usage of any dirty bombs also deserves similar attention. Terrorists especially, they are trying to get their hands on dirty bombs. Dirty bomb is reference to a crude nuclear device. It is possible for terrorists to get hold of a crude nuclear device. They might get hold of some nuclear material like uranium or plutonium, and they might build a rudimentary nuclear device which they try to set off. Or they might capture nuclear weapons from a state actor and use it for a terror attack. So such usage of radiological nuclear devices or weapons is also a threat because of terrorism. So this represents a national security risk as well. It's not just an ordinary disaster. So given the scale, the impact of these disasters and its link with national security, these disasters are dealt with separately. Usage of chemical and biological weapons and any nuclear incident, not just nuclear war, even nuclear accidents and radiological incidents. They're all dealt with as the CBRN category. Is that clear? Under the NDRF, we have specialized CBRN teams to deal with CBRN hazard. There are few battalions of NDRF which specialize in CBRN hazard. They get special training, they have special equipment for that, right? They need gas masks, they need PPE kits, suits which protect them against radiation. They need special equipment, special gear and training to deal with a CBRN hazard, because the site will be contaminated. So if the response forces are entering to save people, right, the responders have to be protected from the contamination. So CBRN teams are given special skills and training and resources, and India's NDRF specializes in CBRN hazard as well. Then even in the armed forces, in the Indian Army, Navy and Indian Air Force, you have dedicated CBRN teams available. Since it's an element, it involves an element of warfare, there is a possibility where the enemy might use chemical, biological or nuclear weapons on Indian forces. So within Indian Armed Forces, right, there are dedicated units that specialize in handling a CBRN hazard. Is that clear? So globally, there is a scale which has been developed called INES scale to determine the magnitude of a nuclear event or a radiological event, right? To estimate what is the scale of damage, what is the risk we are looking at following a nuclear tragedy or an accident. You need a scale, just like Richter scale is used to measure the magnitude of earthquakes. Similarly, we need a scale to measure the risk by a nuclear accident. For that, a scale has been developed called INES. It has been developed by International Atomic Energy Agency. It's a global body for nuclear safety, along with the Nuclear Energy Agency of OECD. It was developed in 1990 after the Chernobyl disaster. After the Chernobyl tragedy, the world realized that we need a scale through which we can estimate the magnitude of the incident, the potential risk and impact, based on which we can take countermeasures. So this scale, called as International Nuclear and Radiological Event Scale, or INES, was developed by IAEA and OECD. It helps in understanding the risk and in communicating the risk posed to the public. Got it? So this is a prelims fact, a very important fact for your prelims. So nuclear incidents are measured on the INES scale, depending on the amount of radioactive leakage, the area to which it has spread. Depending on all these factors, the event is rated. It is scaled on INES scale to determine the magnitude of the event, and the risk is communicated to the public. So the people know what is the risk, what is the damage caused, and accordingly, the measures are taken by the concerned governments. So this brings my discussion on man-made disasters to an end. We spoke about the impact. We spoke about the management as well. I gave you examples on how land use planning should be prioritized, how we should improve our design, create safe systems, ensuring industrial safety becomes critical, right? Enforcing those laws and regulations and safety protocols is very, very crucial. And in some industries, we can have early warning. For example, by using sensors, you can create automated alerts and automated systems when there is a toxic leakage or when there is an explosion about to happen, right? In the industries, like in thermal plants, for example, in chemical industries, for example, even in metallurgical industries, you can keep a track of the temperature, the pressure, the integrity of the pipes and the valves, the integrity of the boiler, the presence of any toxic gas or chemicals. You can have sensors pick up this data, and automatically alerts can be sounded and the systems can be shut down safely to minimize the damage and the accident. Such early warning systems, automated systems, need to be enforced. Better zoning, better design in the very construction of the plant, right? So industrial safety has to be prioritized, and this is where the government and the industry have a big responsibility. Is that clear? The government has to spread the awareness as well. It has to strictly enforce the laws, bring out a liability framework to clearly hold the industry responsible and accountable. What should be the compensation they should pay? What should be the damages they should be held accountable for? This has to be defined through a law, right? We do have liability laws, but it's not enough. We need a comprehensive Industrial Safety Act that can bring all the existing laws together. Right now, we have many different legislations dealing with different industries. Maybe the government can think of a common industrial safety code, right? In fact, such a law is in the works. The government is working on it so that the liability can be fixed, the accountability of the industry can be fixed. So this puts responsibility on the industry as well to act in a responsible manner. Industrial accidents, disasters can be avoided, they can be prevented if the right safety measures and right design measures are followed. Is that clear? So it's all about effective inspection and enforcement. But of course, you will prepare for any eventuality, right? There might always be an accident. So you do plan your response and relief operations. But focus should be on prevention because these disasters are preventable. All right? But after the disaster happens, right? Unfortunately, if a disaster has happened, once you contain the damage, once you save lives, finally, the focus should be on paying compensation and holding the guilty accountable so that they are punished for the mistakes that they have committed. This should be the priority in disaster management, and that is what India has tried to do through the Disaster Management Act. The DM Act deals extensively with industrial disasters. Got it? So, this completes my discussion on all the types of hazards and disasters. We have covered all the relevant topics. What we have done is more than sufficient. Don't worry beyond this. Now we enter the last part of the discussion, the last 5% of the syllabus, where we will have a brief discussion on UN and disaster management. We'll look at the global framework for disaster management. We will also study the disaster management framework in India. All right. These are the two topics that we have. So we can start the discussion after a short break. Let's take it's almost 7:55, I guess. Let's come back at 8:10. We'll almost get 15 minutes. Let's come back at 8:10 and we'll resume the session. We'll start with the last two topics, UN and disaster management framework in India. So I'll see you back at 8:10. Hello everyone, welcome back to the session. Now let's begin with UN and disaster management. Let's understand the global framework that has been created through the United Nations for disaster management. In the first class itself, I had given you a basic introduction to this topic. If you guys remember, I'd explained how until 1990s, there was no structured response towards disaster management. In fact, dealing with disasters in a scientific manner, in a holistic manner, was never seen as a priority before the 1990s. Around the world, disasters were seen as a one-time emergency. Most countries, they didn't pay enough attention to the environmental damage that we were causing. Industrial revolution had caused a lot of pollution. The world wars had caused tremendous environmental pollution. The climate change, which had been triggered, would start contributing to long-term changes in the climate that increased extreme weather events, causing more and more disasters by 1980s, 1990s. So until then, we did not truly understand and acknowledge the human impact on the environment and how it was increasing the frequency and the intensity of disasters. So governments, they saw disasters as a one-time event, as a one-time emergency, and they largely provided an ad hoc approach to disaster management. Even at the global level, even at the United Nations, there was no comprehensive, holistic approach. There was no global framework created for disaster management. Because from 1950s till 1990s, environmental issues were never a global priority. There was no global cooperation. So governments were simply reacting to disasters. There was a very reactive approach to a disaster. Once a disaster happened, only after the disaster, governments would react. They would provide some basic relief, carry out some search and rescue, provide some medical aid, give some food supplies and compensation, and then they would forget about the disaster. Even at the global level, the United Nations and other organizations, they would step in only after the disaster has happened. They would give some assistance to the affected countries and they would forget about the incident. So there was no planning, no preparedness, no concept of a disaster management cycle, no focus on pre-disaster planning and preparedness, no focus on post-disaster management. This was the approach the world had prior to 1990s. But from 1960s onwards, there was a slow realization that we have to pay attention to environmental issues and the disasters that are linked with it. So the UN took the lead role because when the UN was established in 1945, after the Second World War, one of the mandate of the UN was to work towards environment protection and assist countries in case of human tragedies. That is to protect people from the impact of war, natural disasters, etc. So this was given as a mandate to the United Nations in 1945. So from 1950s and 60s onwards, there was a slow realization that we should concentrate on environmental issues as well. So in the 1960s, the UN adopted few basic measures regarding major disasters. This was not a structured response. It was not an obligation on any country. The UN simply brought out few measures on environment protection and how to deal with disasters. Is that clear? In the 1960s, there was also a UN Conference on Environment that led to the establishment of the UN Environment Program. In the 1960s, the UN Conference on Environment led to the establishment of UN Environment Program, which started paying more attention to environmental issues. For the first time, a dedicated conference on environmental issues was held through the United Nations. So this gave rise to some scientific understanding regarding the damage that our growth, our industrial growth was causing to the environment and how it was linked with disasters. Then from 1970s to 1980s, the UN started playing a greater role in helping the affected countries during disasters. The UN would provide funds, medical supplies, equipment, and forces needed to help out the people when disasters hit few countries. So to manage these operations, these disaster relief operations and assistance of the UN, a dedicated office was set up, a disaster response office was set up called UNDRO, the United Nations Disaster Reduction Office. So this was the first UN institution that focused on disaster management. The UN Disaster Reduction Office was established with the aim of helping other countries, assisting the affected countries through natural disasters. By this point, by 1980s, the ozone hole had become a major concern. The hole in the ozone layer, which had been caused by CFCs, chlorofluorocarbons, had become a global concern. And this led to the Montreal Protocol, which you will study in environment and ecology. The Montreal Protocol was the first global framework, a global protocol, where countries agreed to work together to eliminate ozone depleting substances. For the first time, by 1986-87, all the countries had come together to discuss the ozone hole which had formed due to industrial activities where CFCs were used, chlorofluorocarbons were used. So all the countries, they took up obligations, they implemented measures to eliminate CFCs from industrial usage completely. They decided to eliminate ozone depleting substances, and this marked a success with regard to environmental action. Right? The UN had played a role. There was global involvement, a multilateral involvement to deal with environmental issues. So what I'm saying is that from 1960s to 1990s, there was a growing awareness about environment conservation. There was a growing acknowledgement of how environmental degradation was causing more disasters and destruction. So the Rio Earth Summit that took place in 1992 was a critical event. Because for the first time, the world was getting together under the United Nations to discuss all environmental issues. The Rio Earth Summit in Brazil in 92. It gave birth to three important conventions, which we mentioned in the first class. The Climate Change Convention, the Convention on Biological Diversity, and the UN Convention to Combat Desertification. Again, you will study all these conventions in environment and ecology. So please understand here from a disaster management point that these summits, these conferences, the establishment of UNDRO, all these events contributed to a greater understanding of the impact of disasters and the connection between environmental damage and increasing disasters. The world also realized that poor countries, developing, underdeveloped countries are more affected. The poor and vulnerable population are more affected by disasters compared to the rich and the upper classes. So this realization finally helped in declaring the 1990s as the International Decade for Natural Disaster Reduction. The whole decade was declared by the UN as the Decade for Natural Disaster Reduction, which led to the first World Conference on Disaster Reduction. So along with United Nations, Japan took the lead to organize these world conferences on disaster reduction. Is that clear? So in 1993, as part of the International Decade for Disaster Reduction, the first world conference was held at Yokohama. Japan hosted the first conference on disaster reduction. In 1994, this conference took place that brought out the first global framework on disaster management. The first global framework was created for disaster management in the year 1994, following the Yokohama conference that was hosted by Japan and the United Nations. Is that clear? Then in 1999, as part of the International Decade for Disaster Reduction, a global strategy was brought out by the Economic and Social Council, or the ECOSOC, which is one of the primary organs, principal organs of the UN. Just like you have UN Security Council, UN General Assembly, the International Court of Justice, similarly, UN also has a principal organ called ECOSOC, the Economic and Social Council, which looks after all socio-economic initiatives of the UN. You might have heard about Sustainable Development Goals, Millennium Development Goals. All these welfare initiatives, socio-economic welfare initiatives, are implemented by the ECOSOC. So ECOSOC brought out an international strategy for disaster reduction. And following this, a new institution was created for disaster reduction. The UNDRO, which was just a UN office, became the UNISDR. This was the first major institution set up by the UN to deal with disaster reduction and disaster management. It was part of the international strategy to deal with disasters in a scientific, comprehensive manner. Is that clear? That's why 1990s was a turning point. It was only after 1990s, only after Yokohama conference and the international decade, that countries started adopting these principles, these strategies and measures through which disaster management became proactive. Post 1990s, governments started adopting a proactive approach. They adopted a more comprehensive, holistic approach, focusing on different stages of a disaster. That is when the DM cycle was brought out. The concept of a disaster management cycle was introduced, and many countries adopted this approach, and that is what led to the transformation of disaster management. Finally, there was focus on pre-disaster planning, preparedness to prevent and mitigate disasters. There was focus on improving relief and response during disaster. Priority was given to post-disaster management to concentrate on reconstruction, rehabilitation, and recovery. The importance of early warning and forecasting was highlighted. So all these measures were brought out through Yokohama Conference, the first world conference, and the UNISDR, the first UN institution, dedicated institution to deal with disaster reduction, played a role in helping the countries to adopt these standards and practices. Is that clear? So this is the transformation that we have seen. So following Yokohama conference, we have had two more conferences. Under the same framework, after the Yokohama conference in 94, two more conferences have been held. The Hyogo conference in 2005, almost 11 years later, and the Sendai conference in 2015. So in total, 3 world conferences on disaster management has been held through the United Nations. Is that clear? Today, the UNISDR has been renamed and restructured as the UN Office for Disaster Risk Reduction. Today, this is the UN institution dealing with disaster risk reduction. Got it? So first, UN had set up the UNDRO, UN Disaster Risk Reduction Office. This office became a full-fledged institution called UNISDR in 1999. And later, this has been restructured and renamed as the UNDRR. So today, the lead UN agency dealing with disaster management is UNDRR, the UN Office for Disaster Risk Reduction. Because the Sendai conference identified disaster risk reduction as the priority. The concept of disaster risk was brought into mainstream governance. Remember, we spoke about disaster risk, how hazard, vulnerability, and exposure together decide disaster risk. And we can reduce disaster risk by reducing vulnerability, by understanding the hazard, and by reducing the exposure. So accordingly, the UNISDR has been restructured and renamed as UN Office for Disaster Risk Reduction. So this is the global evolution that we have seen in the field of disaster management. This is the brief history that you should be aware of. Got it? Now, I will take you through all the three conferences, the Yokohama Conference, Hyogo Conference, and Sendai Conference. We'll look at the outcome. What was the outcome of these conferences? This could be relevant for your prelims and also for your mains. So what I'll do is, first we'll take up the Yokohama Conference that introduced the Yokohama Strategy and Plan for Action for a Safer World in '94. Here we will understand the broad principles that were introduced that led to the concept of disaster management cycle, that introduced the principles of 3 phases of disaster management cycle. Next, we will study the Hyogo framework for action that was implemented for 10 years from 2005 to 2015, which was an improved version of Yokohama strategy. All right, there were 5 priorities recognized under Hyogo framework. So let's take a look at this. We will look at 10 principles highlighted by Yokohama strategy that brought out the DM cycle, the 3 phases of disaster management. And finally, we will discuss the Sendai framework, which was introduced in 2015, which is being implemented till 2030. This introduced the concept of disaster risk reduction. And under the Sendai framework, we have 4 priorities identified with 7 specific global targets. Is that clear? So Yokohama strategy introduced 10 broad principles. Hyogo framework introduced 5 priorities, 5 priority areas for action. And Sendai framework brought out disaster risk concept and has laid out 4 priority areas and 7 global targets. Now I know this is a little too much, correct? So what I'll suggest is that you don't have to by heart or mug up the 10 principles of Yokohama strategy. Not needed. It's an old topic. Just have a broad understanding. You don't have to mug up and remember all the 10 principles. UPSC will not ask you about that. But you have to be aware of the importance of Yokohama strategy. Right? Why was this conference important? This was the first world conference. And what kind of principles were introduced? If you have that broad understanding, it is enough. Whereas Hyogo framework and Sendai framework are more important. It's easier to remember few priorities and targets compared to remembering 10 broad principles. All right. So my suggestion is don't by heart the principles of Yokohama strategy. Don't by heart the priorities of Hyogo framework. Don't do that. I'll give you a broad understanding, that is enough. But Sendai framework, you have to remember everything. Sendai framework is the latest framework we have. So the 4 priorities and 7 targets you have to remember. It is very, very important. Is that clear? So that way you can simplify your preparation. You don't have to scratch your head about learning and memorizing all these principles and targets. You don't have to do that. So Yokohama strategy being the first world conference, it introduced a holistic approach to disaster management. For the first time, the DM cycle was talked about. The disaster management cycle, which we have studied in every class. The 3 phases of disaster management were clearly recognized. pre-disaster, during disaster, post-disaster, and what measures come under each step was clearly recognized by this strategy. So concept of risk assessment, that is risk analysis, where you study the hazard and vulnerability, was recognized. Understanding hazard and vulnerability and exposure was made a priority through this principle. Next, the concept of prevention and preparedness was promoted. This is all part of your pre-disaster phase. There's nothing new here. It's all what we have already covered, right? You just have to remember and link the two. Remember what we studied under pre-disaster. Pre-disaster includes planning, preparation, so that we can prevent disasters and mitigate disasters. So focus was given for risk assessment to study the hazard and vulnerability, understand the exposure, and plan and prepare accordingly so we can prevent and mitigate the impact. This was made a priority. A call was given to promote planning, prevention, and preparedness at all the levels of governance, at the national level, regional, provincial level, through bilateral arrangements, multilateral arrangements, and global arrangements. So all the organs of the government and international institutions, they were urged to work together to plan, prepare, and prevent and mitigate disasters. So national governments were given a call, state governments, provincial governments, bilateral relationships, multilateral organizations, international organizations like UN and others. They were all given a call through this principle to work together, to coordinate and bring out the key aspects required in disaster planning, to lay out a policy for disaster planning. Next, strengthening capacities, that is procuring the required resources, providing the required training, setting up disaster response forces. This was made a priority as well, to build the capacity of governments and the community so they can deal with disasters and provide for effective relief and response. So strengthening the capacity became a goal, a principle under the Yokohama strategy. Top priority was given for early warning and forecasting. By now, I'm sure you would have understood the role and importance of early warnings. Many disasters can be prevented or mitigated when there is early warning present. This requires research in science and technology. It requires deployment of latest technology, including supercomputers, weathering models, satellite technology, drone technology, usage of various sensors to capture environment data and climate data, based on which we can predict certain disasters. We can provide accurate forecasting for cyclones, for tsunamis, measure the intensity of earthquakes, right? Determine which areas are vulnerable for landslides. So such scientific methodologies were prioritized as part of early warning and forecasting. So all these measures, right, which we have discussed, including the preventive measures, they're all part of your pre-disaster planning and preparedness. All right. So stress was on prevention. Stress was on mitigation and preparedness. A lot of focus was given to pre-disaster planning and preparedness. So reducing vulnerability, focusing on the target groups, especially the vulnerable groups, focusing on poor people, focusing on vulnerable regions which are hit by more disasters. That was made a priority. And bringing in the right technology for this would be essential, because not every country will possess the technology needed. If you look at satellites, if you look at weather models, supercomputers, Doppler radars, right? Very few countries have such technologies. We spoke about early warning for cyclones, early warning for heat waves, early warning for tsunamis. where sensors are deployed in the sea, right? Not every country has that kind of resources and technology to deploy early warning systems. Not every country has the resources needed to deal with a disaster after it has happened. If there is a massive earthquake, right, you need specialist forces which are well trained, well equipped. So poor countries, developing countries, underdeveloped nations, they can never afford such technology. That is why there was focus on technology sharing, to make technology available through international cooperation, where developed countries could share the technology and transfer the technology to poor developing nations as well. Small island countries, poor countries, underdeveloped nations, developing nations, they could seek readily available technology from the developed world in order to implement better early warning and better disaster response. Is that clear? And the last two principles, conserving the environment and focusing on poverty elevation, essentially promoting sustainable development so that the impact of disasters is minimized. This was made a focus. And finally, strengthening infrastructure along with the political will needed to allocate resources for disaster management. Because to provide effective disaster management, you need strong governments, stable governments rather. You need stable governments where there is political stability, economic stability. You need friendly relations between countries where there could be cooperation between them, where developed countries can give financial assistance, technical assistance to developing nations. This cooperation will happen only when you have stable political systems and a stable economy. So focus was given for poverty elevation because poor people are the most affected by disasters. Focus was given to environment protection because we understood how environment degradation contributes directly to more disasters. Priority was given to sustainable development, where stable governments will focus on creating resilient infrastructure. They will focus on allocating the required resources, the required budget, the required technology, and they can cooperate with other friendly countries to seek assistance of any kind to improve disaster management. So such principles were encouraged by Yokohama Strategy and Plan for Action. The idea was to make the world safer from natural disasters. This was the focus of Yokohama Strategy. Now, what I'm saying is that don't sit and mug up the 10 principles. I've added the 10 points for your reference, but don't mug up. Don't go through each point in detail. Not required. Understand the broad approach. If you have understood the disaster management cycle, which we have discussed in 5 classes, you already know what principles we have spoken about. Even if there is a question, let's say, in a worst case scenario, let's say UPSC has asked a mains question on this, you will still be in a position to draw the disaster management cycle. You can show the 3 phases of disaster management, explain how Yokohama Conference contributed to it, and highlight these principles that we have discussed. Risk assessment, early warning, sharing of technology, focus on development, correct? Focus on vulnerability reduction, focus on improving disaster response, focus on planning, preparedness. You can discuss this in general terms, in generic terms, and that is more than enough. All right? Don't mug up these 10 principles. It is not necessary. You'll be wasting your time. Understand the concept, and you can easily present this in an answer if required. So now that you know what Yokohama Strategy brought out, right? Let's see why the Hyogo Conference was necessary and what outcomes came out of the Hyogo framework. So essentially, Yokohama Strategy was implemented from 1994 till 2005 for almost 10, 11 years. That is slightly more than a decade. Yokohama Strategy was followed by various countries. But please remember, these principles, they were not legally binding. They are all voluntary. Disaster management cannot be forced on the other countries. If they want, they can adopt these principles. Responsible countries, responsible governments will follow them. So countries which are affected by disasters, right? They will have a self-motivation to follow these global standards. So all these principles we are discussing, these targets and goals, none of them are legally binding. Is that clear? It's not a legal obligation. It's not enforced through international law. They're all voluntary suggestions, voluntary recommendations. If governments want, they can adopt these principles and strategies and measures, and thus they can get greater international help and support if required. Understood? So India slowly started adopting these principles one by one. In fact, until 2004, even India was not very serious because our capacities were limited, right? We were still a struggling economy. We had just introduced our economic reforms. We were registering fast growth. But India was taken by shock when 3 mega disasters hit the country, right? We've discussed that. The super cyclone of Odisha in 99, the Bhuj earthquake in Gujarat, and the 2004 tsunami. These 3 disasters caused massive damage to India. Following that, the DM Act was enacted in 2005, which finally incorporated Yokohama principles and Hyogo priorities. Is that clear? The Hyogo conference became necessary because Yokohama strategy had a shortcoming. It had one problem. If you observed, if you're observant enough, you would have already noticed a major shortcoming in Yokohama strategy. Can anyone tell me what is the shortcoming? We discussed 10 principles right now, broadly. Based on that, can you infer what is the major shortcoming of Yokohama strategy? There is something missing in this. Yes, it brought out all the good principles. It implemented a structured response. All that is great. But there is something critical which is missing in that. Can someone point it out? Let's see if you guys are able to observe that. Chinmay says it's not binding. No, that's not a problem. See, in disaster management, as I told you, you can't enforce these principles and standards. Countries have to implement on their own. Not being legally binding is not the problem. Satyam has got it right. Very good. Satyam and only Satyam has got it right. Very good. There were no targets given. No specific targets. No quantifiable way of measuring progress. This was the shortcoming of Yokohama strategy. See, you guys are preparing for UPSC exams. Now, you know what is your goal? To become an IAS officer, to become an IFS or IPS officer, correct? To crack the exam essentially. But in this difficult exam, in this challenging exam, do you think you can crack the exam without adequate planning and preparation? Correct? Planning and preparation is one part of it. Now you make a plan, you join a coaching institution, you purchase the books, you attend the classes, you make notes as well, you revise everything as well. But still, do you think that is enough? No, it's not. If you don't set specific goals and targets for yourself, for every week, for every day, for every month, and if you don't measure your progress, you can never succeed in the exam. Correct? You have to revise regularly. You should follow a set timetable. You have to check yourself, check your preparedness by taking enough exams, test series. That is how you measure progress. That is how you know where you stand, whether you're doing the right thing or not. If you simply join an institute, attend classes, purchase all the books, read all the books, it will not help you. You don't know where you stand. The feedback is essential. right? Measuring the progress is essential. For that, you need quantifiable, measurable targets, specific targets. This was the missing factor in Yokohama strategy. It only brought out broad principles. Definitely, it was a positive development. For the first time, the world was focusing on a structured response to disasters. So the principles were necessary, but there were no targets given, no quantifiable way or no measurable way to measure the progress. This was the biggest shortcoming. So to address this, the second conference was called, right? Again, Japan took the lead, Japan took the initiative to host the second World Conference on Disaster, which led to the Hyogo Conference, and it gave rise to the Hyogo Framework for Action. Under Hyogo Framework, 4 priority areas were identified. I'm sorry, 5. 5 priority areas were identified. Instead of having 10 broad principles, 5 specific priorities were identified, which were to be implemented from 2005 to 2015. This was the plan of action for the next 10 years, which coincided with the Millennium Development Goals of the UN. The United Nations was implementing Millennium Development Goals from 2000 to 2015. So under these goals, UN was prioritizing poverty elevation. It was focusing on education, healthcare, right, environment protection, etc. And disaster management was also a priority under this. So the Hyogo framework aligned with the broad goals of sustainable development that UN was trying to promote under the MDG, the Millennium Development Goals. Today, the upgraded version of MDG is your SDG, Sustainable Development Goals, which we are implementing from 2015 to 2030. SDG, or Sustainable Development Goals, where you have 17 specific goals and targets, right? It's an improved version of MDG, the previous Millennium Development Goals. So Hyogo framework for disaster reduction, it aligned with the then goals of Millennium Development Goals. So 5 priority areas were given: making disaster risk reduction a priority, improving risk information and early warning, building a culture of safety and resilience, reducing risks in key sectors, that is in critical sectors, and finally strengthening preparedness for effective response. These were 5 priorities that were given. Is that clear? Even though this was a slight improvement, it gave a narrower approach, a focused approach, it was still not enough. Because even now, under Hyogo framework, there were no targets. See, priority areas are better than principles. Definitely. Because instead of 10 broad principles, where countries don't know what to focus on, 5 priorities were better. It was a more narrower, specific, focused approach. But again, Hyogo framework also had a problem. There were no targets given, no measurable, quantifiable way through which you can track your progress. Right? That is why the Sendai conference became necessary in 2015. I'm not saying Yokohama strategy was a failure or Hyogo framework was a failure. They were not. They all marked a progress. See, progress always happens in a step-by-step manner. Correct? Overnight, you'll not become an expert in anything. You slowly build upon it. You take initial steps. There are a lot of positives that come from that. But there will be some shortcomings, some failures. And you learn from those failures and you improve upon it. So Hyogo framework was an improvement on Yokohama strategy. But still it had a shortcoming. The shortcoming was there was still no targets. No specified way, no measurable way to quantify the progress that countries were making. So that is why the Sendai conference was called the Third World Conference, hosted by Japan at Sendai. For those who don't know, all these are places in Japan. These are major cities of Japan. Yokohama, Sendai, and Hyogo. These are major cities in Japan. That's where the conference was held. That's why they're named after the city. The frameworks are named after the cities where the conference took place. The Sendai Conference of 2015 finally gave us the current framework we are following, the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction, or DRR. This aligns completely with SDG targets. Even the time period of implementation is the same, 2015 to 2030. This is called Agenda 2030. Agenda 2030 refers to the Sustainable Development Goals of the UN, where 17 specific goals have been given under specific targets. Right? SDG focuses on all aspects of human development. It focuses on clean water, clean air, education, zero poverty, zero hunger, environment conservation, right? And it also gives priority for disaster management, disaster risk reduction. So in line with these SDG targets, Sendai framework was brought out that has mainstreamed the concept of disaster risk reduction. Currently, this is the framework that even India has followed and implemented. Of course, our DM Act of 2005 was inspired by Hyogo framework and by Yokohama strategy. We drew those principles and implemented them in India. Later, we implemented the Sendai framework as well. And currently, India abides by the commitment we have made to Sendai framework. So from the exam point of view, Sendai framework becomes more important. Is that clear? So it's a 15-year voluntary, non-binding agreement. There's no legal obligation here to mandatorily follow these priorities and targets. It's a recommendation again. All right? It applies for the next 15 years, and it recognizes that governments have a primary role. The state, the government has a primary role to reduce disaster risk. When I say disaster risk reduction, it essentially talks about understanding the hazard better. You should understand the hazard. You should reduce vulnerability. And you should reduce exposure. This is called disaster risk reduction. Rather, this will lead to disaster risk reduction. If you understand the hazard better through better research, if you focus on reducing the vulnerability of your country and your people, and if you reduce their exposure to disasters, that is how you reduce disaster risk. This helps in saving more lives. It helps in minimizing the economic damage caused by disasters. It will protect your society as well. The social, your fight against inequality will also be protected. And it will make the country resilient against the impact of disasters. Is that clear? That is the concept of disaster risk reduction, where you understand the hazard better, reduce vulnerability, and reduce exposure. So to do this, Sendai framework has clearly recognized that governments have the primary role. You can't expect anyone else to step in. Governments have to take the prime responsibility. But it also recognizes the role of local governments, private sector, and the local community. It says that even provincial governments have a big role to play, the state level governments, your local district level governments and local bodies like Panchayati Raj institutions, municipal bodies, they have a critical role in implementation. It recognizes the role of local communities as well. And for the first time, the role of private sector in disaster management has been recognized. So private industries, companies, they have a role to invest in research, to come out with new technologies to improve disaster management, or to contribute funds to help out in disaster management. This is where Sendai framework stands out. Along with recognizing the role of the national government, it's recognizing the role of local governments as well. along with the community and the private sector. So based on this, Sendai framework has given us 4 specific priorities with 7 actionable targets. It has identified 4 specific priority areas which leads to disaster risk reduction, and it has spelled out 7 actionable targets where you can measure the progress. Understood? That is how it hopes to reduce disaster risk and the losses caused by disasters. It's bringing the concept of sustainable development to balance the economic needs with environmental needs, to manage disasters more effectively, more scientifically, and provide a holistic approach to disaster management. Now I'll take you through the 4 priority areas, and we'll also take a look at the 7 targets. Please write them down. This is more important. I'll not be worried if you don't remember the 10 principles of Yokohama strategy. I'll not be worried if you don't remember the 5 priorities of Hyogo framework, right? Even if you broadly understand that, it's enough. But Sendai framework, I'm telling you, please remember all the 4 priorities and 7 targets. You have to. For prelims and mains, for both, it's very important. Is that clear? You can expect an entire essay topic on disaster risk reduction. An essay can come on this topic. So Sendai framework becomes very important for the exam, because right now India is following this. India has brought out the National Disaster Management Plan in 2016, through which it has incorporated the Sendai framework into our disaster management. India has fully incorporated the 4 priorities and 7 targets through the National Disaster Management Plan that was notified in 2016 by the National Disaster Management Authority. The NDMA approved and notified the National Disaster Management Plan for India. Specific plan for every disaster was approved and notified in 2016, and it adopts all the priorities and targets of Sendai framework. Is that clear? So the 4 priorities are understanding disaster risk, which is nothing but understanding your hazard, vulnerability, and exposure. Strengthening disaster risk governance to manage disaster risk. That is improving your disaster management architecture. Strengthening the institutions like NDMA, NDRF, giving them required funds, making them more accountable to provide effective disaster risk governance to reduce and manage disaster risk. That is the second priority. Next, funding. That is providing adequate budgetary support for disaster risk reduction and for building resilience. Sorry for the disruption. There was a slight update from the operations team. So let's get back to the discussion. So third priority here was enhanced funding, increased budgetary support, so that the institutions will have enough financial resources with them to plan for disaster risk reduction and to implement the preparatory steps through which disaster risk can be managed. That is what builds resilience, right? See, today disasters are a reality. Natural disasters will happen. And because of global warming and climate change, we are going to witness more extreme weather events. We will suffer from more disasters more frequently with higher intensity. Only thing we can do is adapt, mitigate, and become resilient against the impact. How do you achieve resilience? by reducing the loss of lives, by reducing the disruption of livelihoods, and by protecting your critical infrastructure. So through right planning, right preparedness, you can achieve this, but it requires the right funding as well. So giving the budgetary support for disaster risk reduction is a third priority. And finally, post-disaster management has been made a priority. Again, if you guys observed, in Yokohama strategy and Hyogo framework, there was no explicit focus on post-disaster management. Even though it has been discussed, it's not a priority there. More focus was on pre-disaster planning and preparedness and relief and response, that is during disaster. For the first time, post-disaster has been recognized as a focus with the motto of build back better, which means you build back your infrastructure, the livelihoods that have been destroyed, the economy that has been destroyed because of disasters. So sorry, guys. There has been a slight technical issue they have been facing. So they just gave me an update and had to stop the discussion in between. So sorry for the interruption again. But yeah, we were talking about the four priorities of Sendai framework, right? One is to understand the disaster risk better. Next, to strengthen the disaster risk governance, invest more, provide the required financial budgetary support, and finally, greater focus on post-disaster management. More focus on recovery, on rehabilitation of the people who have been displaced, reconstructing the infrastructure which has been damaged so that you can help in the recovery of the affected region. So the motto of build back better was introduced. That is, a disaster will cause damage. Disaster will destroy buildings, private property, it will destroy infrastructure, but we will build back better. We will make sure that we will reconstruct everything that has been damaged and will ensure that it is disaster proof. Ensure that buildings are earthquake resistant. Ensure that coastal areas are protected from cyclones and tsunamis. So creating such infrastructure, rebuilding them, is the priority of Build Back Better initiative. So these are the four priorities given out under Sendai framework. Is that clear? So I have depicted this in an infographic. It's like a chart. You can actually draw this in your answers if required. Let's say there is a mains question UPSC has asked on Sendai framework. I would suggest that you draw an infographic like this to explain the priority areas. Place Sendai framework at the center and mention the four priorities with some details that we just discussed. Like priority 1, understanding disaster risk. Priority 2, strengthening risk governance. Priority 3, investing in disaster risk reduction. Priority 4, build back better. So if you can present this in a schematic, right, it becomes more appealing to the evaluator and it's easier for you to present your points as well. All right. So these are the four priorities given by Sendai framework. Now, coming to the last part. What are the 7 targets identified by Sendai framework? These are quantifiable targets, measurable targets. So let's see what these targets are. And I'll also give you a small hack, a small trick to remember these 7 targets. The first target is, of course, to focus on human lives. Obviously, the biggest risk from a disaster is the loss of human lives. Everything else comes secondary, right? Economic loss, damage to infrastructure, they all come secondary. First priority is saving lives, reducing the human death count, reducing the mortality rate. This has been made the top target, the first target. Reduce global disaster mortality rate by 2030 to bring down the average deaths. Is that clear? The number of deaths per 1 lakh population is to be brought down between 2020 to 2030 as compared to 2005 to 2015. That is the number of people we are losing, the number of lives that are being lost per 1 lakh population. This should be reduced. The average has to be brought down in this given time frame. The time period is also mentioned. The metric, the parameter is also mentioned. So first goal, the first target here is to reduce global mortality rates occurring due to disasters. All right. It means you have to plan better, prepare better, mitigate the impact, prevent some disasters. And you should also collect accurate data. You should maintain accurate data on the number of lives being lost so that you acknowledge the losses that are happening. You recognize the people who are affected. And this metric will help us track the progress. By 2030, if we have reduced global mortality rate as compared to the previous decade, then that is a significant progress. Correct? Next, second target, reduce the number of affected people. That is, reduce the number of injuries, reduce the loss of livelihood, reduce displacement. These are the affected people, right? Apart from those who lose their lives, right? Those who remain alive also get affected and they bear a long-term impact. They lose their jobs, they lose their income, they lose their farmland. They might suffer injuries and disabilities as well, or they might get completely uprooted. Their houses could be destroyed. They would get displaced. So reduce the number of such people who are affected by disasters. The average per 1 lakh population should go down during this period as compared to the previous decade. As compared to 2005 to 2015, the number of affected people should reduce on an average per 1 lakh population between 2020 to 2030. The second target. The third target, reduce the direct economic losses occurring due to disasters. This is quantifiable, right? Approximately, you can measure the economic loss as a percentage of your GDP. What percentage of our GDP is being lost in a given year because of disasters? What is the impact on economic growth, on economic activities? What's the losses suffered in agriculture? Losses suffered in animal husbandry? Losses suffered by industries, right? Loss of livelihood for our people, for farmers, workers, etc. You can quantify this, and the goal here is to reduce the direct economic losses. The infrastructure loss also gets computed, right? Governments would have spent crores of rupees on infrastructure projects. If they are destroyed, that is an economic loss. So all the economic losses are computed and we compare them with the previous years. We present this as a percentage of GDP. The economic loss is presented as a percentage of GDP, and by 2030 we should see a reduction in the direct economic loss. Next, fourth target, reduce the damage to critical infrastructure. And make your critical infrastructure disaster resilient. Is that clear? Critical infrastructure like roads, railway lines, airports, seaports, power plants, power grids, mobile internet connectivity, banking and financial services, essential government services. Is that clear? All these are critical services, critical facilities, and they represent the country's critical infrastructure. So minimize the damage. Reduce the direct damage to your critical infrastructure, because this is the lifeline of your economy. As we have discussed in all the classes, disasters, they uproot connectivity. As disasters destroy roads, airports, seaports, and railway lines, they damage power cables, power lines. Mobile internet connectivity is disrupted. So they destroy connectivity, and this causes severe economic loss. Critical infrastructure is the backbone of the country's economy and national security. So the focus here is to reduce the damage to critical infrastructure and make it resilient. Meaning, your critical infrastructure projects have to be disaster proof. Adopt better design, better construction methods, so that the projects you're executing are disaster resilient and disaster proof. Like roads and bridges and tunnels, power plants, dams, they can all be made earthquake resilient, earthquake proof. They can be protected from cyclones and tsunamis. They can be protected from landslides and forest fires. This requires better planning. It requires better design, better construction. So the goal here is to make critical infrastructure safer and resilient in order to reduce the direct damage caused to the critical infrastructure. That is the fourth target. Coming to 5, 6, and 7. The fifth target is to increase the number of countries with national local disaster risk reduction strategies by 2020. Ensure that more countries adopt these strategies at the national level and local level. Right now, few countries have adopted them, like India, Japan, Indonesia, US. Very few countries have a national and local strategy. Smaller countries, especially developing, underdeveloped countries, small island states, poor countries, they have not followed, or they are not able to implement all these strategies. Right? So the goal here is to increase the number of countries which are adopting the national and local disaster risk reduction strategies. That's the fifth target. Sixth target, increase international cooperation. That is sharing data, sharing technology, providing financial aid, sending disaster relief through HADR efforts or HADR operations, where countries that have the capabilities, like India, for example, right, they can help out small countries. We can provide HADR forces, disaster response forces. We can deploy the NDRF or Indian Army or Indian Navy, Indian Air Force. We have those capabilities and resources. We can send them to other countries to help them out. Right? We can distribute free vaccines like we did it during COVID-19 to several poor countries in Asia and Africa. We gave free COVID-19 vaccines. We supplied medical devices, medical items needed to combat the pandemic. Is that clear? We have helped many countries, Nepal, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, Myanmar, Turkey, several African countries. They've all received assistance from India during disasters. So enhance such international cooperation where the capable countries can help the weaker countries, right? Share data adequately, share your expertise, train the other countries, their forces, give them training. India does that, for example, right? Several countries, they come to India to train their disaster response forces. When necessary, we will deploy our disaster response forces and armed forces to help out the other countries. Developed nations like European countries, Japan, US, they can share technology, provide funds, and share expertise as well with other countries. So that is the focus of enhancing international cooperation. And finally, the goal is to create multi-hazard early warning systems. By now, you know the importance of early warning. I don't have to repeat that. Right now, most early warning systems are separate for each disaster, right? For example, early warning for cyclones is different. Early warning for tsunamis is different. Early warning for landslides is different. So the UN is suggesting that why not set up a single multi-hazard early warning institution? Instead of having multiple nodal agencies and distributed resources and technology, why not centralize everything? Right? Few countries which are capable, right? The large developing nations, developed countries, they can get together to set up multi-hazard early warning systems in their countries and share the alerts with others, with smaller countries. So this is the priority, the last seventh target. Increase the availability of multi-hazard early warning systems to all countries. So that small countries like, let's say, Maldives, or poor countries like, let's say, African nations or Sri Lanka, Pakistan, who can't have their own early warning systems, they can get alerts and forecasting from countries like India, US, Japan, etc. Right? And also the goal is to create multi-hazard early warning systems so that you reduce the wastage, you create better coordination between different institutions, you make better use of technology. So that is the goal, to achieve better early warning systems, create multi-hazard early warning systems through which we can give alerts to all the countries. So these are the 7 specific targets under the Sendai framework. Now, how do you remember this? I know it's a little tough. There's a very simple hack. It's one trick which might help you. What you can do is, there are 4 targets. The first 4 targets where the goal is to reduce something. The goal here for the first 4 targets is to reduce something. That is, reduce mortality rate, reduce the affected people, reduce the direct economic loss, reduce damage to critical infrastructure. So it's all about reduction. So those 4 can be placed in one category and become slightly easier to remember. That's why I've added this infographic here. These 4 targets are talking about reducing some parameter, right? So club them together. Remember what the basic parameters are. Reduce mortality, reduce the affected people, reduce the direct economic loss, reduce damage to critical infrastructure. So first 4 in one group, where the target is to reduce. The next 3 targets are calling for an increase in a certain parameter. It's asking you to increase the number of countries adopting national and local strategies, increase international cooperation, especially to help developing countries and underdeveloped countries, and increase the availability of multi-hazard early warning systems. So all the 3 are talking about increasing the identified parameter. So if you divide and categorize the targets, I feel it becomes slightly easier for you to remember. You don't have to mug it up. The infographic here can be used for a pictorial understanding as well. And you classify them into 4 targets to reduce a parameter and 3 targets to increase some parameter. And then remember the key 7 parameters. So it becomes easier for you to recollect and write that in an answer. So this almost completes my discussion on UN and disaster management. The last point, there is an initiative called UN Spider. I feel it's important for your prelims. One small fact, and after that we can end UN and disaster management. It's called UN Spider, the UN platform for space-based information for disaster management and emergency response. It's a UN-led framework to create a global platform for early warning. The goal of UN Spider is to use the early warning systems of all the other countries, use the satellites, sensors and alerts and data from other countries, especially from large countries and developed nations, and use them to help the other countries. Especially the role of satellites is critical in providing early warning and forecasting. Correct? In case of most disasters, especially your extreme weather events like cyclones, heavy rainfall, cloudbursts, then even for tracking tsunamis, for even for landslides, right, for forest fires. In every disaster, we saw the role of satellites, how important space-based assets can be for early warning systems. Now, not every country can have a space program, right? Not every country can afford to have satellites in orbit. Very few countries are involved in this domain. Only few developed nations and large developing countries are involved in it. So UN's initiative through SPIDER is to pool the space-based assets, use the space asset satellites of all the countries to provide early warning, to provide access to early warning to developing countries and underdeveloped countries. So that is this platform, the UN platform for space-based information for disaster management. Understood? This ensures that key technologies like satellites and space technology is not limited in the hands of few countries. It helps in sharing technology and sharing the alerts, which can help smaller countries and poor countries as well. So that is the UN SPIDER initiative. So this completes my discussion on UN and disaster management. So we just have 10 minutes left. I would suggest that let's not take up the last topic. This is the last 2-3% of your syllabus. So what we can do is we can have another 1 hour class, 1 or maybe maximum 1.5 hours. So let's not rush through. That will not serve the purpose. Let's keep aside another 1.5 hours. We'll notify you when we can have that. We'll try for this Saturday itself, maybe tomorrow itself, right? Let's see the schedule and we'll communicate this very soon as to when we can have a class of, let's say, 1.5 hours. Just 1.5 hours to wrap up this last topic and look at some previous questions. So this basically will complete our entire syllabus. Is that clear? So we have covered almost 97% of the syllabus holistically. We have not left any single topic. The only thing now which remains is the last topic here, that is disaster management framework in India. We just have to study the Disaster Management Act and the policy and plan that India has notified. I'll also explain the different institutions that we have, what is their role, what is their structure, and how India handles disasters. What is the disaster funding that we have, right? What measures have been taken through the policy and plan to deal with disasters? How are we following the Sendai framework? These are some key points to be discussed. So instead of rushing it through, right, we can wrap it up in 15 minutes as well, but let's not do that. Let's have another small session of maybe 1.5 hours so that we can complete this and also discuss some previous questions. So I hope this is okay for everyone. We'll tell you when the class would be. Give us some time. We'll look at the schedule. We'll try to have it as soon as possible. You'll be notified when we are going to have that 1 hour or 1.5 hours of class. Now, if you have any questions, we still have time. Any doubts, any questions, please let me know. I'll try to answer all of them. You have a good 8 minutes or 10 minutes. I'll be here. Any questions, please let me know. Which class from next Monday? Please check your schedule. You have a detailed schedule sent, right? The timetable is with you. Please check the schedule. Sneha is asking how to revise. Okay. See, now that we have almost completed disaster management, this is the right time to revise. Now, why don't you use this weekend? I'm assuming that you have time on this weekend. Let's say you have nothing else to do. Set aside 1 day. 1 full day is enough to cover disaster management. Trust me. If you have attended all the 5 classes, understood all the concepts I've discussed, 1 day, maybe around 10 to 12 hours of effort is enough to revise. Go through all the PPTs, go through the class notes you have made, right? Just finish this in one reading. Maybe take 2 days. If you don't want to stress yourself, take 2 days. Study for 8 hours on Saturday, 8 hours on Sunday. 16 hours is more than enough to cover all the topics we have discussed. So first, look at the PPT and the class notes. And then in the second revision, use a reference book if you want to revise some key points. That is more than sufficient. So this you keep repeating. Whenever you come back to disaster management, right? You have to revise any subject at least a good 3-4 times. Revision is what will help you in this exam. Once revise immediately after the class. Next, as the exam approaches, right? Every 3 months or every 4 months, keep revising these subjects as well. Don't neglect them. These are high scoring subjects. Maybe when prelims is close, you don't have to revise much because this is largely a mains oriented subject. Maybe till next February, keep revising disaster management whenever possible. One day will be enough. After Feb, you can stop till your prelims. After your prelims, you resume your revision of disaster management. So a minimum of 4 revisions is good for any subject. Trust me, revision is what will help you to write good answers. All right. So you have to make a timetable, make a plan for yourself. Sir, did any question related to Yokohama and Hyogo come in examination? Yes. We had got a question related to Hyogo framework and Sendai framework. I will show you the question in the last class. We'll have one hour of class, right? We'll finish this last topic. There I'll show you the questions. You will see that we had got one question on that. Alok says, sir, factual information is too much. Should we incorporate everything or can we just write in our own words? See, when you're explaining a concept, when you're giving an analysis or giving your opinion, there you don't have to rely too much on facts, right? So opinions are very subjective. So there you can explain in your own words. But where facts are necessary, you have to remember. There's no other way, right? You can't make up facts. Facts are facts. So important facts you have to by heart. You have to remember that. Again, you don't have to learn it through rote memory. More you revise, more you will remember. That's why I told you, go for multiple revisions. When you revise multiple times, facts will become easier. Because in any examination, especially in UPSC, along with your own opinion, your own analysis, facts are also important, right? This is not a fact-based exam. It's not like your college level, university level exam, where you mug up something and get some marks. Here, opinion, conceptual understanding gets you more marks. But facts are also relevant. So important facts that are needed, please try to remember them. Right? You don't have an option. You have to do that. Gulam Mustafa is asking, sir, I only follow PPT for disaster management. It's enough. PPT and class notes. If you have made a note of everything and you take notes from current affairs, attend webinars, watch Hindu analysis, read the newspaper, add current affairs to it, then PPT and class notes is enough. You don't need a book. Rahul is asking, is it enough to revise through reading or should we revise through writing? Isn't it a combination of both? Right? You can answer this on your own. It's a written exam at the end of the day, right? So just by reading, that will not complete your revision, right? So you have to write as well to practice. It's like saying that I've read everything about cricket. So can I become a good cricket player, right? To become a good player, you have to practice. So both are needed. Reading and writing, both are equally important. Satyam is asking, sir, these targets do not deal with climate change. No, it's not directly linked to climate change. It is related, but it's not linked to climate change. These targets are specific to disaster risk reduction. Sir, your mail ID. Okay, I'll give you my email ID. Any further doubts, please reach out to me. I'll try to resolve them. chetan.n@byju's.com. Hari Om is asking, does disaster risk reduction imply stopping a hazard to become a disaster? Essentially, yes. Not every disaster can be stopped, but at least mitigate the impact, right? How do you do that? By understanding the hazard better, by reducing vulnerability, reducing exposure. So essentially, disaster risk reduction is about, yeah, preventing the hazard from turning into a disaster. Shivaji is asking, should we refer ARM? Yes, please do. That gives you a lot of additional points, right? ARM will give you some important points which you can add along with the PPT and the class notes. Satyam is asking, will UNDRR going to evaluate these targets? No, nothing as such. Of course, countries will report their progress. They'll share what progress they have made, but UN will not track the progress, or it will not enforce the targets. It's a voluntary framework, right, where countries have to self-implement, self-monitor. All right, it's a voluntary initiative. So UN will not play a direct role in evaluating the performance or in penalizing countries. There's no penal provision. It's not legally binding. But of course, when the next conference will happen, I'm sure 2030 or 2031, there will be another conference, because by then Sendai framework will end. Sustainable development goals will also come to an end. And I'm also sure we'll see more deadly disasters in the next few years because of global warming. So definitely there will be another conference. So there, UN and all countries will take stock. They will submit their performance, what progress they have achieved. They'll see what shortcomings are there, and maybe fresh targets might be defined. So that will happen, but it's not binding. Prashik is asking, can I leave? Yes, sure. Just remember, we have just one topic, around 3% of your syllabus. We will have one more class, 1.5 hours of class. We'll let you know when the next class will be. Please remember that. Those who are having work or something, you can leave. I'm just trying to answer some last questions. But if you're done, if you are clear, you can leave the session. Misbah is asking, is the work of UNDRR, UNDRO, UNISDR same? The work is pretty much the same, but the institution has changed. First, it was just a UN office called UNDRO. But as disaster management became more structured with specific goals and principles and targets, the UN institution also has changed. So UNISDR was set up, which replaced the previous UN office. Now UNISDR has been replaced by UNDRR. All right. So all three are not present. First, we had UNDRO, which was replaced by UNISDR. Then UNISDR has been replaced by UNDRR. So as the goals and targets have changed, so have the UN institutions. Their structure, the way they work with countries, that also has changed. How can we update the data on disaster management? Pratima is asking. Very good question. Visit NDMA's website. NDMA's website will give you a lot of authentic official data. Also, newspapers, Hindu or Indian Express. Attend our weekly webinars. Watch the Hindu analysis on YouTube. This will give you updated information, right? NDMA website and your current affairs, newspapers and webinars. Kaluri is asking, sir, for disaster management and prevention, approach is almost same except for 1 or 2 points, which is different. I think Kaluri means to say that in most disasters, the approach appears to be the same. That's correct. I told you the same as well. So when you're writing answers, you have to slightly customize it, because the approach, overall approach will be the same for any disaster, right? Depending on what disaster you're talking about, try to customize it with some examples. I told you, for example, we have to protect natural buffers to reduce the impact. That's a common approach in every disaster. Now, let's say you're talking about cyclones and tsunamis. They're mentioned that mangroves have to be protected. That is a natural buffer. Wetlands are natural buffers. While discussing forest fires or droughts or heat waves, the natural buffers or your tree cover, lakes, water bodies, etc. So that is how you customize the answer. Give some specific examples, instances. We have discussed so many case studies. Take examples from that and add that in the answer so it becomes more customized for every disaster. All right. So these are the questions. So let's end the session for today. It's been a pleasure teaching the batch. The questions you guys have asked has been really good. It's been an engaging interaction. I hope you guys like the session as well. So we'll meet very soon for last one hour or 90 minutes of class to wrap up this last topic. All right. So thanks for being with us. Have a great weekend. We'll see you soon. We'll update you when the next class will happen. All right. So see you soon. Bye.
as an economic sanction